So market just opened. Let's see what price wants to do. I guess it's high now. Hmm. If he goes up there and rejects, then we'll see what we'll see. I guess even if he rejects, it's the red line. It's good rejection if he rejects, but we're still gonna have to wait for another candle. Just like we'll wait for another candle on the if it was um downtrending and then hit the red line, we'll wait for momentum to come to that, buy. But so same thing here. We're just gonna wait for another candle to come to that buy. Uh, it's just this thing is freaking. Hmm.
What is your best met the high school bully as an adult story? I ran into a high school classmate a while back. I posted this before, but it bears repeating. A guy in high school just didn't like me and I him. We got into a big damn fight. He broke my nose and I knocked a couple of his teeth out off campus. No police were involved, but about 10 years later I saw him sleeping on the street near where I worked. I woke him up and asked him what was going on. He told me about his life after high school. He knocked up his girlfriend, her parents made them get married, divorce a year later. He got into drugs and ended up alienating everyone. I asked him if he was still using and he said no, he couldn't buy a dose anyway. I felt bad for him, so I asked if he'd like to stay in my guest house, a one-room cottage set up like an efficiency apartment, for a while. He took me up on it and got a night's sleep in an actual bed for the first time in years, his words. I bought him some clothes and fed him for about a month until I found him a job with a contractor I was doing some work for. Long story short, it's been 6 years. He now owns a contracting business, has a wife and a new baby boy, and just bought the house down the street from me. My then fiancé took me out to dinner in my hometown where we had our first date to celebrate my new promotion. I recognized our waitress right away as the girl who had been mean to me in 6th and 7th grade, the only years we had classes together. She didn't seem to recognize me. I had gained a lot of weight and the restaurant was dark, so I let it go and treated her like any other waitress. When the bill came, I asked my now husband how we should tip. She was a great waitress and deserved a generous tip like we usually do, but the urge to stiff her was there as payback. I decided to tip her generously and let the past go, but I did leave a note next to the tip. Here's to believing that people do grow up after high school, and I signed it, class of 20 blank. The next day I got on Facebook and she had sent me a message. She said she had recognized me, but I looked happy, so she said nothing and she treated me like any other customer. Then she apologized for anything she might have done to me in school. It was a hard time for her and she didn't like to think about who she was then. Some bullies do grow up, and I'm glad we both did the right thing. I grew up in Northern California, and every summer a bunch of people take to the water and go tubing down the Sacramento River. A popular stopping place mid-end of the route is Beer Can Beach. It was here that I ran into this guy that was terrible in high school as I was docking my tube. Me. Hey. Him in a clear, oh, I was awful to you, I should feign niceness tone. Hey, how's it going? Me through gritted teeth. Awesome. Him, pause. You effing hate me, don't you? Me, surprised at his astute observation. Yeah, I really do. Him. What would make you feel better and us to be cool? Me. If you let me shoot you in the face with this super soaker. Him. Okay. Me. Really? Him. And then we'll be cool? Me. Yeah, we'll totally be cool. And then he let me. He let me shoot him in the face with a super soaker in a constant stream until it ran out of water. It felt amazing. He knew he deserved it. He took his punishment. We both laughed and hugged. Worth it. When I was a kid, I was fat. I used to get picked on all the time by
Love
the kid
it.
at church
But
named
damn, though.
Rusty.
It's
He was about
crazy,
5
man. I
years
don't
older
get
than
it.
me,
Why
and
do
every
people bully? I mean, yeah, I already gave why. But anyhow, damn, like, you just do things and then you end up. Why do you do things and then end up regretting it so much? It's crazy, man. Like, and then, don't dare. It's crazy, man. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely horrendous. Ugh, disgusting. I don't know. Man. I don't know why. I don't know why. The world just revolves in certain ways, and it's crazy. Anyhow, you guys should do your own thing. It's crazy, man. Well, as you can see, there's like so it's pulled up. Not much rejection. I want rejection, and I want it to pull down heavily. Then we'll have a short. Otherwise, we'll just be watching because it may pop back up. It may continue going up.
Every couple of weeks, he would beat me up. I moved away when I was about 14, and thankfully, I didn't have to deal with him anymore. When I went to college, I decided to get my act together and get healthy. To that end, I started taking mixed martial arts. I did it for about 2 years and lost 40 pounds. When I graduated, I moved back to where I was from and started looking for a new MMA gym. I went to the most reputable one, and who should be there but Rusty? It sounds too good to be true, but I swear to God it happened. He hadn't changed a bit. The first thing he said to me was, "Finally trying to learn to defend yourself, huh?" I called ahead and the instructor knew my deal and had arranged for me to come watch. I left my gear in the car. At the end of class, they do free rolling, jujitsu sparring. Rusty comes up to me having no knowledge that I am the least bit experienced and starts begging the instructor to let him spar me so he can show me the ropes. After all, he's been in MMA for 3 months now, and he's never missed a UFC pay-per-view. I went outside and changed. Long story short, we sparred and I choked him out 3 times. Afterwards, I signed up for classes, he grabbed his bag, left, and never came back. This is my favorite story out of everything that has happened in my life thus far. I'm the only person I know that got to beat up my childhood bully as an adult. Sorry if this seems sparse, I'm on mobile. I was playing poker in Atlantic City about 7 years ago, and one of the guys that bullied me, Chad,
I like what the bully said. Like, finally, you want to learn to defend yourself. Like, I'm telling you, people, I don't know what's wrong with people that the victims of bullies. Defend yourself, man. I mean, some people just it's their upbringing too. But shit, defend yourself. I'm telling you, just stand up for yourself. If you don't, no one will. No one will stand up for you. At least 99% sure about that. Maybe some 1%. Some people do end up standing for you now and then, with or without them knowing. Maybe you join a clique that quote unquote just automatically exempts you from certain things. But stand up for yourself, man. Stand up for yourself. Do it once. Just do it once. You will get a good feeling, even if you get whooped. Block. Act like you're blocking. Let them keep like do something that makes it seem like you're retaliating. You're fighting back. Do it once. I'm telling you. Do it once, and then even if you get whooped, go home, go to YouTube, learn martial arts, do some push-ups, do some sit-ups, do some squats, run, go running. Running will change things for you very quickly. Go running. You're young. Go running. Forget about your knees. Go running. Look for a distance and run it, and then run back home. You have to get back home anyway, so run. You gotta get back home. Whether you spend most of your time walking on your first time or you spend most of your time running, you gotta get back home. So whatever you do, you will be exercising. So run, take the cab or take the bus, get far from your house and get back home. You gotta get back home, but make sure you don't use a transportation service. That's what they do to boxers. That's what they did to me when I was boxing. You gotta get back to the gym. You will get back to the gym. Just either running or walking. So go running, man. Go running. Do some push-ups, do some sit-ups. Do that for a week, even a week. And while doing that, look on YouTube and learn some martial arts. Get a bag, maybe a rice bag or a sand bag. Do some martial arts on that, kicking, punching. A week. Do it for a week. And then when they try to beat you up again, try blocking again. And see the absolute difference it would make. Absolute difference. Because that guy's not working out. He's just bigger than you most of the time. He's probably not even that strong. He's just bigger than you most of the time. If you want something even quicker, do jujitsu. Bruh. I don't know, man. Damn, what is this fall? It's disgusting. That was a nice rejection of the red line. Just rejected again and then popped up slowly and then boop, 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 boop. Rejected straight off. I mean, we don't have a zone up here, and this is not the style we want to trade from the red line. From the red line, we want something like this, something like game rejected, pulled back, and then rejected again, but not too far from the low. That's what I want. Alright, so price has come to this wicks here. It's not bad. I don't like this kind of though. This kind is it's not my style. So let's see price come to this line here. Let's wait for a second candle. These weeks were a good hold. But yeah, man, you guys should stand for yourselves. I understand that some people may come from families that, well, yeah, it's worse in family as it is on the outside, and life is just miserable with them, man. Shit, man, I don't get it. Why would people bring kids to the wall just to freaking? They didn't have a choice coming in. You fucked, got someone pregnant, and you can't even take care of her. That's crazy, man.
Sat at my table. There's no way he recognized me. I was actually playing on a no-limit hold'em table while waiting for a seat to open in two-way high-low game. Anyway, I stayed at the NLHE table just to take his money. I played probably 95% of the pots he was in. He was pretty drunk and wasn't very good. I got close to $600 off of him in a little over an hour before he decided to quit. I have no idea what he does for a living, but I am 100% sure he is a big loser when he plays cards. I got into my mechanic to change my brakes. The usual milfy cashier offers me coffee. I make small talk. Been going there forever. They're an honest car repair shop, believe it or not. Then I notice the guy hunched over a Honda. I call out. He turns, squints his eyes, goes, "Hyuga fan?" I call him out on his behavior. He tells me he's straightened up after mouthing off to the wrong person nearly cost him his life. He showed me a shank wound 3 centimeters under his heart. He's apparently happily finishing a course in auto repair and had just been hired at the garage. He turns out to be a nice guy, having sorted out his issues. I routinely bring him donuts when I bring the car in, and he gets me rebates because, dude, I brought donuts. Ours was extremely smart and very athletic. He was an incredible wrestler and undefeated throughout high school. I saw him at a party at a friend's house randomly, and we caught eyes a few times, and eventually we just approached each other and said hello, exchanged bro hugs. Mind you, we hardly talked. The one time we really did was when I told him to stop picking on someone and told me he would kick my butt instead. He was a lovely guy. Anyway, he hadn't changed one bit. He tried to pick fights with people throughout the night and kept looking at me while he was in yelling matches with people. So I kept getting in between him and the other person, telling them both to calm down. This happened a few times until it started getting a little physical and he looked at me again. So I stood up and he tried to push the guy one more time, so I grabbed him by the shoulders and started pushing him back, telling him to cool it, and I thought, what the F am I doing? He's an angry wrestler that can take me down. Once I got him back a ways and told him to knock it off, he just looked at me and said, "You know what I could do to that guy, but I don't want to. Please stop me." It was the saddest hold me back bro moment I have ever been a part of. It was odd that he kept looking for me to stop his fights, but I was glad I was that guy for a bit. I own my own gym and have for a few years now. I received a message one day from a familiar-looking name on the business Facebook page from a woman asking to come try us out. We set it up, she comes in for an introduction. She's a very, very large and out-of-shape woman at this point. After about 5 minutes of working with her, it hits me that this lady used to be about half her current size and was an absolute bee in her heyday. I decided not to bring it up to her as she appeared to be struggling in life and came to us in a time of need, and I took it, as I do with all of my clients, as a cry for help. Not to mention, I'm a grown man now, and that seemed pretty silly and insignificant in life today. Months later, during one of the classes, I noticed her struggling real hard, so I go over to offer some encouragement. I lean down to say something to her. I noticed she's crying faintly to herself. She looks up at me and quietly says, "Sorry for how nasty I was to you years ago, and thank you for doing this for me." Turns out an old mutual friend told her about my place, and she recognized me as the owner and came to me on purpose. No, not a story of revenge or retribution, but she reached out to someone she was terrible to, and today, she's repurposed, and I find it to be quite inspiring. I've got two. I was picked on a lot. About 10 years ago, I got a temporary job at Kroger. I was just stocking shelves, and I had another restaurant job lined up, but needed something for about 2 months while I went through a lengthy hiring process there. Spoiler, I wound up getting an even better job elsewhere and wound up never taking that. So I go to get my check on my first payday at
Need
Kroger
two
and
candles
find
on
out the
this.
manager at the front is one of the guys who used to bully the crap out of me in high school. He made small talk for a minute. Hey, how've you been? Good to see you. He clearly remembered. Once everyone walked away, he leaned in and said, Hey, Deprecated Zero, I'm really sorry for all the crap I did to you in school. I was a stupid a-hole kid. I smiled, held out my hand, thanked him, and told him it's all in the past. That was really cool. The other one is less cool, but hilarious to me. This girl was the prom queen, basically, the stereotypical mean girl dating the football player. My opinion of her was always that she was just spoiled, worthless, and dumb. I
Damn.
don't usually take joy in other people's misfortune, but I felt schadenfreude in unparalleled amounts the day I walked into Buffalo Wild Wings and saw her standing behind the counter. This is maybe 10 years out of high school. She looks exactly the same. Put on some weight maybe, but hair still done the same, still looks like she got Effie Trinket to do her makeup, so on. You can tell at a glance that she's never mentally moved past 8th grade. I asked how she'd been, tried to politely talk to her because, hey, I want people to do well. She was a B, was like, ew, you're Deprecated Zero. I just raised my eyebrows at her and let it go. Long story short, her boss was my roommate. I asked him about her. Single mother, just got kicked out of her mom's house. He just hired her like 2 weeks earlier. He confronted her about talking down to customers and wound up firing her. Felt like justice. I was never really
Now, that kid is gonna have to grow up with that mother, and the cycle continues in it. Just crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Holy shit. Ew. Ew.
picked on in high school, beside the fact that I was years behind everyone in growth, late bloomer. I guess you could say I was part of the cool people clique. Although I was generally nice to everyone, I did let my popularity go to my head a few times and would treat a few guys in some of my classes like they were my minions or servants. As I grew up as a person, I realized how much of an effing tool I was and felt terrible about it for years. It just so happens that 2 of the main guys I picked on were gay and are now life partners with each other. I instantly recognized them come in at an expensive place I was taking my girlfriend out to eat for our anniversary. They didn't make reservations, and there was at least an hour wait. We had just been seated, but I instantly knew this was my time to say I was sorry. So, after a few minutes of explaining to my girlfriend why I needed to do this, I called them over, told them to take our seats, and how sorry I was for being a D-bag to them in high school. Wished them luck and paid for their dinner and dessert. Me and my girlfriend decided to get some fast food and go for a picnic. 2 weeks later, I got a message from both of them saying that that was the nicest thing anyone had ever done for them, and they forgive me for all the times I treated them like crap. I live in the deep south where being gay is heavily unaccepted. 2 months after that, I got a wedding invite. One of the coolest weddings I have ever been to, and so glad that's how it all played out. This one is a classic. This girl used to torment me all through high school and middle school. Really went out of her way to tear me down. Whenever we had a class together, she would make her extreme dislike for me apparent, and of course, other kids followed. I couldn't open my mouth without some kind of ridicule. Of course, I was miserable, and my dad would try to cheer me up. Don't worry, kiddo, one day she'll be working at McDonald's and serving you fries. He actually referred to her as McDonald's for years. A couple years after graduating high school, I went to Hardee's with my dad, and there was McDonald's behind the counter. So I go to place my order, and before I finish, she says, "You don't remember me, do you?" "Oh, I remember you." "Oh, so would you like fries with that?" "Well, yes. Yes, I would." Way to go, Dad. Called it 9 years in advance. I had a grade 11 history teacher.
That's funny, man. That is absolutely funny, but it's like these stories are funny. These stories are all jokes to an extent, but come on. Life would just be nicer if we didn't have these kind of stories, isn't it? But hey, man won't be where they are now without this type of stories, unfortunately. It's crazy, but that's the truth. That, my friends, is the truth. So we want one more candle on this before we take a trade here. We have a lot of bullish, bearish volume here, but not much bullish. But we're getting some wicks, so okay. We're getting 2 weeks on two different bullish candles over this here and this here. This one was just all bearish, so there's that. Obviously, like I said, I won't take this trade here. It was a nice rejection. A lot of people might have taken the trade, but that's not me. Nice rejection on the next candle. Again, a lot of people might have taken the trade, but again, that's not me. That's just not me. So, and then when this popped up and came down and came all the way down here and rejected, a lot of people would have taken that trade too. But I don't know. I wait for my candle to close. So this could have closed all the way back up in it. But who knows? Let's see what the one looks like. I guess on this candle here is when people are like, okay, let me go short this candle right here. Nice volume. Nice volume. 2 minutes left. Let's see what this wants to do. Closes well above the highs, well above the base, above this our base here. We'll take the short risking, take the long risking our base here. If it closes into our base, maybe down here, if it closes down here, then we'll risk 4 below our base. That is the plan. That is our trade. Right. Yep, looks like we're gonna take a trade. Come on. Nice. Alright, we're in long there. We're just risking the low of our base here. That's our risk. Oof, the volume dropping is disgusting. TP, we're risking 69. TP is 140. So we're in something like this. Where is it? There. Risking 70 points actually. Something like this. So it's very inaccurate though. I know I ain't risking this low. And something like this. It's weird. It's very weird the way. Like we're not even close to my stop here, but we're close to my stop on the real thing. On the Just Forex account. Maybe I should have risked a couple of. Okay, from now on, I'm just gonna risk 2 points below the low every time because um the way it looks here is not the way it looks on the brokerage account. So I may get stopped down the brokerage account and this is still going. So it'll be unfair, but it is what it is. So this is basically my risk right now. Looking for that. At least how my trade is set up, but on my brokerage, on this one it's 82 points. Oh yeah, 82 points I'm risking. On my brokerage, I'm risking 69 points. So think about that. It's crazy, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm taking this trade 7110, looking for 220. Either way in 220. But it's not my style. You could argue it was this rejection. I don't know.
Who picked on me, insulted me in front of the class, and gave me crappy grades. He told me he would never send his own children to public school with such morons. Fast forward 5 years or so, I'm almost finished with my first degree and have made all A's in university so far. Crappy teacher comes into the physiotherapy clinic I'm working at. My coworker deals with him and I tell her the story. When he comes back to book his next appointment, my coworker started talking about me as if she didn't know he had been my teacher. Bragged about how she loved mentoring students who were doing so well in school and how successful I had been at work so far. He never returned for his second appointment. Kendall was this little A-hat bully. His older brother Adrian was my friend. Kendall made my life in high school a living hell, lots of teasing and stuff. He beat the crap out of me in the gym lockers one winter, took my clothes, and left me to walk home naked. But Adrian and I joined the army together. Years later, Adrian was in my unit, different platoon, and was killed in Iraq. I volunteered to fly with his body back home for his family. Kendall never showed up, not even to the funeral. I heard that he was shacked up with some coke W downtown, so I went over there, kicked in the door, dragged Kendall out by his hair, and pushed and kicked and dragged him the 2.5 miles to the cemetery where I had buried his brother that morning, berating him on how horrible of a person he was. Kendall was a bloody mess by the time we got to his brother's grave. I beat the ungodly crap out of him right on the freshly turned dirt, then I left him there. A year later, on the anniversary of Adrian's death, I returned to his grave. Kendall was waiting on me. He was cleaned up and sober and apologized to me incessantly. After lunch, he asked me to take him down to the recruiter's office to join up and make his brother proud. This was one of the greatest moments in my life. Just a generic high school reunion story. The 2 to 3 most athletic kids had gained weight and gotten some chick pregnant. I think one was still with the mother, who had gained even more weight, and one paid child support. The hot girl that every guy wanted to bang had gotten married and had 3 kids, was still smoking hot, but had gotten super religious to the point that it was creepy. I ran into somebody in high school that I used to pick on regularly when we were in 1st and 2nd grade. We recognized each other and I walked up to him. We exchanged a few words since I hadn't seen him in close to 10 years, and then didn't talk again. But right before we parted ways, I apologized for the way I treated him as a child. I couldn't stress how sorry I was for being a piece of crap to him for no other reason than I felt like it. I still occasionally think about him and where he's at in life. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. What are some NSFW history facts that do not get taught in schools? Anne Frank's diary talked a lot about masturbation, but most of it was edited out. I wouldn't want to read that. It'd take me out of my comfort zone. You need a priest. John F. Kennedy was dating Ms. Denmark in the 1940s, and when they stayed at Sumter House in Charleston, the FBI bugged their room because they thought she may be a Nazi spy. Turns out they didn't hear a lot of conversation, but instead a lot of NSFW time. Tapes are in the Library of Congress for those interested. Wow, just looked her up. The reason the FBI thought she was a Nazi spy was that she was Adolf Hitler's companion during the 1936 Summer Olympics. You mean to say Hitler and JFK were Eskimo brothers? French President Félix Faure died getting a BJ from his mistress. He had a petite mort followed by a grande mort. He came, then he went. Oscar de Loanger, leader of the infamous 36th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS, Oscar and his men were so vile and evil that even the SS had an ongoing investigation on the group. They ard children, burned them alive, or feed them still alive to starved dogs. There was a particular massacre of 500 school children that stood out to me. This is an account of that event. After the door of the building was blown off, we saw a daycare full of small children, around 500, all with small hands in the air. Even de Loanger's own people called him a butcher. He ordered to kill them all. The shots were fired, but he requested his men to save the ammo and finish them off by rifle butts and bayonets. Blood and brain matter flowed in streams down the stairs. You know you're effed in the head when even the SS is saying, "Dude, WTF?" That's how ISIS happened. They were Al-Qaeda rejects that were crazy even by their standards. Edit. Plenty of people are telling me I'm wrong but failed to read my other responses. Obviously, I was oversimplifying it at first. I actually didn't know until recently, but the Corps of Discovery only ate meat and had incredible constipation. One day, they all ate pills they named Thunderclappers, which made them crap out everything immediately. But the pills had a bit of metal in them, so if you go out on the same trail as the Corps of Discovery with a metal detector, you can find the exact place Lewis, Clark, and the rest of the Corps took the biggest craps of their lives. Edit. My top comment is now about the biggest literal crap storm in history. Thanks, guys. Do they still sell those? Asking for a friend. Just get yourself some sugar-free gummy bears. Thomas Granger was the first juvenile to be executed in what would become the USA. He was convicted of buggery with a mare, a cow, 2 goats, several sheep, 2 calves, and a turkey, and hung in September 1642. Edit. Thank you everyone for educating me about the difference between hung and hanged. I'll never get the image of horse peen out of my head now. Edit the second. Gilded for talking about animal buggery. What a world we live in. Buggery. A in course. You're welcome. I did the legwork for you. Is this not a commonly used word in the US? In the UK, I feel like a lot of people know what this means. Though here, bugger is a common expression of dismay akin to shouting, "crap," when you drop something, etc. On a completely unrelated note about buggery, I once had a Japanese girlfriend who came round for dinner with my family. My mom asked, "Is Japanese a safe country to live in?" To which my ex replied, "Yeah, it's pretty safe, except for buggery." She had meant to say burglary. My parents were struggling to keep a straight face, and then everyone lost it when my mom turns around and says, "Oh, it's still illegal there, is it?" In addition to all the other hijinks Columbus got up to, in later years he ran an slave business from the New World. He remarked in a letter to a friend that 9-year-old girls were a particularly hot item with the nobility of Europe. Another reason that guy was an effing a-hole. He even gave girls out to his officers as rewards. Here is what one wrote about. While I was in the boat, I captured a very beautiful Carib woman who said the Lord Admiral, Columbus, gave to me, and with whom have taken her into my cabin. She being naked, according to their custom, I conceived desire to take pleasure. I wanted to put my desire into execution, but she did not want it, and treated me with her fingernail in such a manner that I wished I had never begun. But seeing that, to tell you the end of it all, I took a rope and thrashed her well, for which she raised such unheard-of screams that you would not have believed your ears. Finally, we came to an agreement in such manner that I can tell you that she seemed to have been brought up in a school of W's. And Columbus wrote in 1500, 100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. And remember that he was not even tasked with enslaving the locals, but to befriend them. The Welsh would often go to England to steal sheep. This was punishable by death. So when they were caught, they would say that they went there to F the sheep, which was not punishable by death. And now, after 20 goddamn years on this planet, I finally find out why the Welsh are sheep shaggers. They just say they were stealing them now to try to diminish the bad reputation. Peter the Great scoured the Russian Empire in search of dwarfs and giants in an effort to breed a race of each. While he couldn't find enough giants, he found many dwarfs. He would bake a huge pie and have a dwarf get naked and wait inside it to jump out and scare guests, in addition to using them as regular stewards and servants and such. This was the tip of Peter's crazy. He also liked dentistry so much he would make courtiers let him pull their healthy teeth. Then he would label them and put them in a display case. He had a museum of birth defects, mostly the bodies of deformed babies killed by their parents at birth. The curator of his museum was a giant. After the giant died, Peter put his body in the museum. He thought coffins were so cool that he made them for fun and illegalized burying people in bags, as Russians had done. In short, Peter the Great is one of my favorite historical figures. John Harvey Kellogg, one of the Kellogg brothers who invented breakfast cereal, advocated for sewing silver wire through boys' foreskin to prevent them from wanking. Strange fellow. Cornflakes were developed to lower men's libidos when eaten. Edit. This is going to be a TIL tomorrow. Is that why they put a big old C on the box? To taunt us? Everyone say hi to the BuzzFeed interns taking notes. Notes? You assume too much. Control C. When Marie Antoinette was imprisoned by the French citizens, they took her kids. Then they had her oldest son AR'd by prostitutes so that he would contract their STDs. They then tried to use this as grounds to try her for abusing her children. The accusations went nowhere, so the poor kid was given a ton of venereal diseases for nothing. Edit. Spell Marie Antoinette's name wrong. Edit 2. Holy duck, so many upvotes. Also, to those who are asking my source, I read it on Wikipedia. I went back to try and get a more detailed source. Wikipedia's source was Nagel, Susan, 2009. Marie-Therese, The Fate of Marie Antoinette's Daughter. London. Bloomsbury Publishing, page 137. ISBN 978-0-7475-9666-0. Hope this helps anybody who is curious. The accusations went nowhere? Weren't the revolutionary courts kangaroo bullcrap anyway? Yes, that's how pathetic their attempts were. A court that would have found her guilty of poisoning the air by breathing found such accusations baseless. JFK cheated on his wife and was a super S addict. Dude effed a lot of women, even saying if he doesn't have you-know-what 3 times a day, he gets headaches. And he had a hell of a pickup line. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for the president of your country. FTFY. The ancient Greeks were super gay. I mean, really mega super gay. My history teacher said calling them gay isn't accurate. They were omnisexual. Men, women, goats, plants if the mood struck them, and minerals when there wasn't anything else around. This is correct. I don't know about non-human, so I am doubtful of that, but they didn't have a concept for gay. The only thing they really expected was that you eventually had kids so your family did not die out. Edit. They were also okay with pederasty. A fun fact being that Achilles and Patroclus from the Iliad had this type of relationship. We see this in the fragments of the play Myrmidons. The U.S. had a eugenics program into the 70s that sterilized thousands of women, mostly black/poor. They would often do this under the guise of an emergency appendectomy post-birth. A woman gave birth to a baby and didn't know why she could never have children after. She was able to receive damages. Look up Buck v. Bell. Edit. And from others' reminders, Native American women were targeted too, unsurprisingly. Aside from targeting groups, women deemed mentally unfit, ill, morally inferior, or too low of IQ were included in this. I was born on a colony that was pretty much a government eugenics program in Canada. The government took the 100 best male students from the Indian industrial schools and the 100 best females from the Indian residential schools, arranged the marriages, and then tried to teach them to farmers. While many of the couples ended up very successful farmers, they were not allowed to sell their crops or livestock. Everything had to go through an Indian agent. The vast majority of the time, a lot of the crops rotted in storage as the Indian agent at the time, his name was Graham, didn't really care that the program was successful, only that the Indians
Alright, we're now
were
break even
contained.
on our trade.
If
because
you're
we're
wondering,
about,
it was called the File
couple of
Hills
picks from
Indian Farming Colony
Tiki.
Experiment. I actually have
So,
pictures from that time period somewhere.
like,
during a sports day of some sort,
well, over
with a large
70%
banner reading,
on
"The Queen
our
Mother
move up,
loves
so
her
we're not
red
break even.
children." FYI, my great-grandparents were numbers F100 and M100, the 100th arranged marriage. Johnny Appleseed didn't go around planting apple seeds just because. He sold the trees to settlers, and they used the apples to make booze. Tasty apples are a mutation, and apple trees used to make edible apples don't come from seeds, they come from grafting other tasty apple trees. If I remember right, the taste of an apple is purely random, no relation to the apple that spawned it. Only surefire way is the grafting. Every seed in an apple will grow a tree with a different kind of apple. Apples are cloned so that the flavor stays the same. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. What are some signs that you're unattractive? If you ever try to make a self-depreciating joke and everyone is visibly uncomfortable. When you post a bikini pic and people congratulate you on your bravery. Guys in high school made a list of their female classmates and ranked them by attractiveness. I expected to be at the bottom, but I wasn't even in it. I had a coworker try to set me up with another coworker. It got back around to me that this girl said, "You must not think very highly of me if you're trying to set me up with him." Edit. Holy crap, I never expected this comment to get so much attention. If you guys like rejection stories, I have tons more. Someone gave me gold. I don't know what that means exactly, but thank you. So, a little more backstory. This was almost a decade ago in a large workplace, a hospital. I read a few comments which suggested that maybe she didn't like me because of my personality, and I don't think this was the case because we didn't know each other. We worked in completely different departments. I worked in materials management, and she was a barista in the coffee shop. We didn't know each other. The friend who tried to set us up was a CNA who knew us both individually. This friend spoke English as a second language, and I firmly believe there was no malicious intent. When she told me the barista's response, my friend didn't quite understand it exactly, and there wasn't intention to hurt my feelings. When your bro's GF offers to hook you up with her single ugly friend, even though she has many other very attractive single friends. When people say you look like someone famous, and that famous person is not attractive. Two of the worst I got were Meatloaf, which ain't bad, the dude rocks, and Corey from Pawn Stars, which made me reevaluate my life. One time in high school, these guys came up to me and a group of my friends of 5 girls. They asked us to introduce ourselves, and we started. Once he got to the girl beside me, with 2 of us left to introduce, a guy said, "Y'all can stop here, we only need their names." Shattered my self-confidence. When you use Tinder for about a month and it runs out of people to show you and there's no matches, meaning everyone in a 10-mile radius with Tinder looked at your pic and thought, nope. Also, believe me, I didn't set my standards too high. Edit. I'm done with Tinder. I'm not looking for advice or tips. I've been at this for 3+ years and heard it all. I've decided to just delete the app and move on. Less a sign of unattractive than it is of being thoroughly average, but if other people seem to spontaneously forget that you exist the instant an attractive person enters the room, I'd say chances are that you're good looking enough to be an acceptable choice and to pay attention to normally, but not good enough to compete with the obvious
What
first
the
choices.
hell's that?
When incels don't think you owe them
How did I make
sex,
180 on that?
brutal. When every
I didn't
girl
close
you're
it.
interested in tells you how sweet
That's
you are and that
rude,
you'll
man.
make someone else so happy
Made
someday.
180 on
When
that?
your grandma tells you what a handsome
Bruh.
man you are. When a boy takes you on a
69
date
times
and it
2
turns
is
out to be a
freaking-
dare he was put up to by the other
69
boys.
times 2
I was a complete
is
freaking joke
140.
in high school.
138.
I lost
And I
baby
put it
teeth
for 140.
extraordinarily late, so I was missing
I'm
a
supposed to
ton
make
of
200
front
on
teeth,
that.
had braces, hadn't developed yet, skin
That's
was
rude,
putting its
man.
stuff with
Come
hormones and stuff. I looked like
Come
hammered
on.
dog poo.
That's just
So their
rude,
idea
bruh.
to add insult to injury was to take me on a fake date to laugh at me. I was so hurt for the longest time. Then high school ended, I got to college, and maturity hit me like a frickin' bus. Went from flat to a C, gained weight, I was scrawny, my teeth came in, and the
Spread
braces
is
came
nasty.
off. Skin calmed down. I'm 21, and I look like I just got into high school. So same boy came back, not realizing who I was when I was visiting home, stood him up. No joke, stood his butt up. The opposite sex has never hit on you. On your social media, your profile picture isn't a picture of you. Extra points if it's a cartoon/anime character. I don't think I'm especially unattractive, but I used to work with this woman who clearly thought I was. I remember once the topic of ugly people came up. I happened to be looking down and she reached out and pulled up my chin, looked into my eyes and said, "But we know it's what's inside that counts." So I guess my answer is people making a point of playing up your personality and non-physical good qualities. My mom had to tie a pork chop around my neck so the dog would play with me. When picking out a group
Dumb.
picture, nobody cares if you turned out well when they ask you to take the group photo. People don't spontaneously or enthusiastically take pictures of you. I have an acquaintance who is really gorgeous and photogenic. Most of her Facebook posts are her doing these spontaneous photo shoots with her friends, where they do all these yoga/dance poses, jokey model poses, just normal selfies, etc. People just want to take her picture. Another dude I know is also pretty good looking, like normal attractiveness, and looking through his pictures, people just take lots of random pictures of him being spontaneously goofy and funny. For people who are less attractive, taking pictures is more forced. You have to ask people if they can take a picture of you. People kinda reluctantly agree, but they want to get it over with. You won't have many pictures that capture spontaneous fun or goofing around because you had to stop and ask someone. It'll be a quick, "Hey, we're hanging out" selfie, but we all probably won't look at the picture together. I notice with the more attractive/photogenic people, not only are there
One
more
eighty, I got
pictures,
180
but
on
people
that.
want to look through them and comment on how awesome they are.
That's
This
rude.
probably doesn't apply to being unattractive, but more to being not that attractive. When they put in little effort, you might get them interested in a date, but it's low priority. If you're attractive, they'll make time. Not so attractive, it's like, meh, I have nothing to do
I
on
get
X
why-
day, why not? When you're joking around with a friend insulting each other and the friend calls you ugly, the rest of the group either jumps to your defense, gasps, or otherwise looks uncomfortable. Source: grew up somewhat ugly, LOL. When the girl sitting next to you in 6th grade Spanish literally turns away when the teacher tells you to work together. Then when she tells the teacher, "I don't want to work with him," the teacher looks at you and says, "You can do this assignment by yourself." When your best friend has you stand on top of your house and yell, "I'm ugly and I'm proud," for the whole world to hear. Also, if no one's BF/GF is ever even slightly jealous/suspicious of them hanging out with you. I get some people just don't get jealous, but if no one does, maybe you're just so ugly you're clearly not a threat. When the person you are with won't introduce you to their family or friends. Yes, when I used to be fat, I was dating this guy and he kept me under wraps. Other people found out about us and asked him about it. He claimed he was seeing lots of girls. Due to my low self-esteem, I stayed with him even though he did deny my existence and always tried to get with other girls. When you're having a hypothetical conversation about dating or relationships and someone has to say, "Not that I'd ever date you," or they can't even have the conversation because they have to make it really clear that they wouldn't date you to the point you forget what dating/relationship thing you were even talking about. It's really distracting because you don't want to date them and now you suddenly feel insulted for some reason. I'm not sure where I fall in the scale because I get mixed messages, but I used to be friends with a girl for a year and a half. I could make her smile and laugh every day and have hour-long conversations. She knew I was into her, but she was in a relationship already. Eventually, she dumped him and she sent me a snap saying, "Guess who's single?" I took the initiative because if that isn't the biggest hint ever, I don't know what is. I asked her out and she said yes. It took a month to set up the date. She stood me up. Haven't talked since. Nice. Really helps too when the last chick I asked out stood me up too. Everything was go that day and I said, "Okay, so where do you want me to pick you up?" "My house," she said. She never told me where she lived before. Then 6 hours later she said, "Oops, sorry, I slept through my alarm." Yeah, her 4:30 p.m. alarm. You know how you have a nap before telling someone where you live? And before that, I got cheated on just after my GF made it official and told everyone. Haha, fun times. When there's only one seat left on the bus and it's next to you, yet the bus is full of people standing up. No matter how I look at it, it's you guys' fault I'm not popular. From my real life, when you are one of 10 women at a conference and the other 9 are constantly having to fend off the attention of 500 men and they leave you alone. When you graduate from college, only ever having 3 dates the entire time. When your parents get your and your sister's portrait in silhouette done by an instant artist at a theme park and they get them and take them home and leave the bag containing the drawings on top of the bookshelf where it cannot be reached. For decades, only for you to find it when they've passed and you look and see one normal-looking young girl and one unattractive one and recognize what you didn't 30 years earlier regarding why that art stayed in the bag on top of the bookshelf. When a good friend you've known for 4 years on the net finally meets you in person and when he recognizes who you are, he involuntarily wrinkles his nose and jerks his head back for 2 seconds before smiling and greeting you. When an employer is all excited about talking to you on the phone for 6 to 7 phone interviews, and then things progress and they do a VideoCon interview and you get thanks, but no thanks. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Serious. People who have survived a murder attempt by dumb luck. What's your story? My dad was a meth addict. He did lots of effed up things, dropping me off at trap houses to have sleepovers with other coke babies, living in a house full of animal crap and... What's the most random or fricked up thing you've seen on the job? Possibly naughty. Story 1. I have tons of stories from my years as an insulator, but one that I've been thinking about lately was this finished attic we had to go to inside to insulate the slants. The problem was there was this renter up there in this little one-bedroom, third-floor apartment with a kitchenette, bathroom, and tiny living room. The landlord had to fight to get us in there, and when we finally did, we discovered, after 2 weeks of working on the rest of the house, that there was a giant black woman living on a lazy boy recliner up there. She had never once come out of the house, and it seemed she was either too fat to get out or agoraphobic. Maybe both. She was up there with several large dogs that I saw were let out by a man 2 times during the day while I was there. He came by, let them out for a few minutes to do their business, and let them back in. The apartment was brimming with trash, junk, and smell. Horrible smell. It smelled like unwashed human, crap, rot, and dog. There was no ventilation, and the woman, who had nothing but a mega-sized t-shirt on, or so it seemed, did not want the lights on. The dogs followed me around the place, dimly lit by whatever sun slipped through the drawn shades, as I worked in the sweltering summer heat, pushing stuff out of the way, boring holes in the sheetrock, and blowing in cellulose insulation. It's very dusty work, and I covered what I could, but there was so much junk. Seriously, it was like something you see on TV. The woman did not want to leave during the work and did not want a face mask. She just sat there stinking, watching a tiny little TV and eating. She didn't talk much. She just yelled at the dogs a lot. I imagine she was around 500 pounds. What I could not figure out was where she went to the bathroom because she never got up from her seat. And again, the smell was terrible. The man that came by to let the dogs out would refill her food and soda supply, mostly junk food that came in bags or boxes. This was like 8 years ago. I can't imagine she's still alive. Too long didn't read, saw a giant agoraphobic pack rat living in her own filth. This kind of stuff is really depressing to me. These people need some serious help, but you can't force them. Oftentimes, they don't have anyone left in their life willing to give them the encouragement. Story 2. Wasn't on my job, but a friend of mine worked a night shift at a grocery during weekends.
People always out there looking for encouragement. Crazy. Bruh. Anyhow, I don't get it, but I kind of get it, but I don't. I don't know. It's a good rejection right here. Good bullish move. Good bullish move happening here. Good bullish volume. Love it. Um, Maybe if we get back to this line, we can retake risking down there, but it's like, do we want to take it for down there? I don't know. I mean, it just looks really good. So if it comes to this line and rejects and looks really good too, then yeah, we'll take it risking down there, down here, because that's the only that's the only low available to risk. Otherwise, we won't be able to take this trade. We'll have to wait to see how price behaves up here, and if it's forming this down here, price may not it may not respect that. It may just go through or consolidate and then go through. So, and again, even during the bearish falls, we had a lot of rejections, right? So I'm just thinking. My back hurts, man. Obviously, there's something here. There's some kind of zone here, honestly. Call up these wicks too. It's really, yeah. I think there's a zone here that I didn't recognize. There's this wick down here. It'll be something like this. Should be what his zone is. And extend this to here. Should be what his zone is really. Something like this. So in that case, if we get a pop up and then a rejection, we can take this low. So it's this wicks right here. These wicks are really holding.
And strongly suggested I come visit him on a Wednesday night around 3 a.m. I found that weird. What an awkwardly precise timing. But being a night owl and a student, I very often happen to be awake at that time, so I decided to pay him a visit once. I got there around 2:45, we started chatting about random things, and I ended up asking, "So, what is it you wanted to show me?" He told me to wait a few minutes. So we went back to chatting, and when the doorbell rang, he simply whispered, "Look." Two average-looking guys, probably in their 30s, had shown up. They were clearly on acid or something from the look on their face. As soon as they entered the store, one slowly climbed inside a shopping cart and sat inside. The other one took the cart and started slowly pushing it forward. They followed the aisles, having a good hard look at the colorful and wonderful products on the shelves. Once they had come back to their starting point, the guy inside the cart stood up, climbed down from the cart, and they switched places. They started their circuit once again, visiting every aisle, but in the final aisle, they stopped in front of a freezer and got a deep and delicious cake from it. The guy pushed the cart to the register, paid for the cake, the guy inside the cart stood up and then climbed down from it, and just like that, they left. I was speechless. The whole scene took 10 to 15 minutes. My friend told me the same two guys did the exact same thing every Wednesday night at 3 a.m., give or take 5 minutes. He had asked his boss about this, but seeing as they never bothered customers and actually bought their cake every time, he didn't mind. I found this oddly beautiful. Story 3. I convert old 16mm films to DV tapes, and while working with the film, the overhead lights have to be off in the room. I work with a very dim red light. This room contains 2 computers and has a giant cabinet in the middle of the room that separates.
So the thing is, I see a trade here. I almost bought along here, risking down here just now, but I'm gonna let the trade go. I want it to show strength. I want it to reject, go up, come back down, show strength on rejection, and then I'll get the long. Otherwise, if it goes up, shows a lot more rejection on the top side, I'll get a short and hope. I doubt it'll probably break here, but we'll see if it comes back down, then we'll get it long. Because this low is a valid low, but it's only valid after it's shown strength to the upside, basically. So that's why I will not take the trade there. We just have to wait for the scenario I just gave to play out. And if it doesn't play out and it goes up and just never comes back down, then so be it. It's fine. We don't have to take that trade. But yeah.
Where I work from everybody else. When I work in this room, which is not often, my boss wants me to lock the door and put a do not come in sign on the office door. I always put the sign on the door but rarely lock it, since I feel like it looks incredibly sketchy to be alone in a very dark room with computers. Well, one day when I was assigned to the room around lunchtime, I heard someone open the door, and I was expecting my boss to come talk to me about some random crap. After a few minutes of nothing happening, I figured the person must have opened the door, realized that they were not supposed to be in there, and left. Well, that wasn't the case. After a few moments, I started to hear this awkward breathing that sounded like a laugh. I thought that one of the idiot students' workers was farting around on the computer. Since I am not the most controversial guy, I rolled my chair back from my workstation to see who was in the room and tried to passive-aggressively hint that they needed to get out of there. As I was rolling my chair back, I realized that the 2 computers in the room were still off, but I still heard a female voice heavily breathing. I then felt extremely awkward and had no idea what to do.
So that's why we wait for confirmation, right? Sometimes you'll have trades that will work without confirmation. Like this one worked without confirmation. Ideally, we wanted something. Only if we added 720 is when sure that had confirmation to an extent, because it went into this on rejected hard, came back or rejected hard. So yeah, sure that had confirmation. But otherwise there was no confirmation to an extent, right? So from 7:30 there was only the one candle. Second candle, yes, is rejection, but it could easily continue, especially because it kind of looked like that. So I guess the confirmation, if you were really hungry for the trade, the confirmation would be when he broke this candle again. When he broke this candle, that would have been your confirmation to go in short. But now you'll be risking 4 above this high here. So it'll be something like this. So it'll be this getting in short there, risking that's 85 plus 40, so that's 125. Looking for 250, right? So you wouldn't have gotten 250, and then you'd have gotten stop that break even. There's no visual confirmation. This was more of a, we wanted to close confirmation, and it closed all the way down here, which is confirmation that yes, there's a lot of sellers here, but it's not enough for us to take a trade. And then come this, bro. Where was the point of us taking a trade here? There was literally there's no confirmation to take a trade on this. But on this, got the rejection. We waited because of this candle. Next candle, beautiful rejection. We took the trade on that rejection. We got filled around here, risking down there, and we got our profit target. Except the freaking thing cheated us, and we only got 580 instead of we only got 180 instead of 200 as our profit, even though our profit target literally hit. But it is all good. So now this has broken. We're gonna wait for it to come back, maybe around here, because this is not good. This is pretty bearish. This one, a lot of volume, a lot of momentum to the downside. This has started coming back up, but we want to see volume to the upside. So honestly, volume to the upside. So something like coming down here, rejecting, that's volume. That rejection, this is volume. This rejection is volume. Rejection is volume. Rejection is volume. So we want to see that kind of volume to the upside. Otherwise, this is also fine. It'll be something like this. We see that a lot actually. Something like this right here. Was it on this day? No, it was on Friday. Something like this. You see, when you rejected, it came back, and then barely any rejection, and then created this candle and continue. So something like that it happens quite a bit. So, but because of this candle was not there was not much rejection, so we would need two bullish confirmation. So maybe this candle goes up, closes up there, or whatever happens to this candle. Let's say it's bullish, and then the next candle maybe pulls back down and then pushes up bullish. We'll take that trade and we'll literally just risk the low of day. I mean, if it touches the base, then we'll probably just risk the base still. But if it doesn't touch the base, then we may risk the low of day. It's all dependent. There was not much people that got in shorts here because there was not much confirmation to get in short there. Maybe on the 1 minute there was, let's see, there was a base that formed here, came rejected. Yeah, a lot of people would have taken this short on this candle, if not on this candle or on this candle. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities on the 1 minute, just not on the 5. Yeah.
Was about 95% sure that a girl was masturbating. So I decided to head back to my desk and put the film I was working on in a safe place and turn the light on. There was a light switch by my workstation. When I turned the light on, the girl nervously said, "Oh my God," zipped her pants, and left the room. I never saw who it was, I only heard the zipper, but I always wonder which girl was so frisky at work that she had to masturbate during lunch. Too long didn't read, I caught a female coworker masturbating at work. If everyone knows you work back there, just start giving people knowing looks. The one that turns beet red is the masturbator. Or just walk around to all of the women at your workplace and say, "Your secret is safe with me." That'll get 'em. Or just embrace that you work in a very erotic little office. Story 4. I worked at a few theme parks doing shows. You know, everything from your typical parade to more exciting things like sea lion shows and stunt extravaganzas. So my friend was playing the Riddler in a Batman water stunt show at Six Flags. In the front row, there was a mentally handicapped adult with his mother who was really into the show. You couldn't ask for a better audience member. He cheered for Batman, oohed and awed at the explosions, and booed the Riddler and his goons. At the end of the show, as with most theme park attractions, it is customary to do a meet and greet where the cast members shake hands with the public. The kid was just thrilled to meet Batman, who was at the front of the line of characters to meet. He took a few pictures and moved down the line. My friend was the Riddler at the end of the queue by the exit. The beefy beast of a kid took one look at the Riddler and shouts in all his speech-impeded glory, "You leave Batman alone," and proceeds to lay a mind-blowing haymaker on my buddy, who it knocked out cold and falls into the pool. He is rescued and fine. His mother was super apologetic, but my friend simply said with the class of a true gent, "Hey, as an actor, I know I did my job and I appreciate the feedback." Too long didn't read, mentally challenged kid knocks out my buddy in defense of Batman as he portrayed the Riddler at a theme park. That'll teach your friend to mess with Batman. Story 5. I work on film sets as a production coordinator, but last summer I was working as an assistant on a feature film that was shooting on a rooftop in Manhattan. The rooftop we were shooting on was located on the same block as a popular college, and one of the main dorm buildings happened to stand right across from our set. Anyway, on one of the first days of shooting, we noticed that many students were moving into these dorms. It was August, so the fall semester was almost starting. Just as the sun was going down and we were about to get our first shot off on the camera, another PA broke out in hysterical laughter. He pointed across the street to the dorms where, right in perfect view inside one of the dorm windows, a freshman couple were going at it doggy style. The whole set turned and saw them laughing and cheering them on. The guy noticed we were watching and waved at us with a huge crap-eating grin, which caused us to cheer even louder. The girl finally looked back and saw him smiling, then turned to see the entire film crew watching them bang from one rooftop over. She dove away from the window, and then the blinds closed. Too long didn't read, film crew caught a freshman couple banging in their dorm, cheering them on. I used to work in an office building in downtown Chicago. Directly across the street from us was housing for one of the art schools. Some of the residents took a great amount of pleasure from walking around naked or fricking while in plain view. One was an S-girl, another oiled up her body and did a photo shoot while pressing herself against the window. Needless to say, morale went up. Morale isn't the only thing that went up, if you catch my drift. Story 6. Not as fricked up as most of the things on the list, but it shook me up pretty bad. Let me preface this by saying that I have epilepsy and have never actually seen a seizure before. I tried to watch them online, but I had to stop. Starting in a boring retail job, I was getting trained on cash on my first day. Literally, within the first 20 minutes of me working there, a woman had a seizure in the store. I immediately abandoned my cash and put her in a fetal position, etc. Now, the thing that scared me the most was that there was a woman there who said something along the lines of, "Put something in her mouth so she doesn't choke on her tongue." This scares me because it's extremely dangerous to do this and possibly fatal. The owner/pharmacist then hands me an object to put in her mouth. At this point, I am grappling with seeing my first seizure while on my first day, the idiotic suggestion from the customer, who is quickly getting more irate and yelling at me about credentials and how I'll kill this woman, and the incompetence of someone who really should know better. Easily the most fricked up thing for me. It made me realize that most people believe this myth, and now I'm constantly scared that this will happen to me if I have a seizure in public. Too long didn't read, lost faith in humanity's ability to keep me alive. I am constantly amazed at how many people still believe you should do that, when I've been hearing about how that has been disproved for decades. Jesus, people, how have you managed to not learn this yet?
Well.
Story 7. I work at an animal hospital, which also services the local zoo.
What happened?
What did they not believe you should do that me alive? I am Too long didn't read, lost faith in humanity's ability to make me realize that most people believe this myth, and easily the most fricked and the incompetence of seizure while on my first day, the idiotic suggestion from the customer, who is quickly getting more irate and yelling at me about credentials and how I'll kill this woman, and the incompetence of someone who really should know better. Easily the most fricked up thing for me. It made me realize that most people believe to do this and possibly choke on her tongue. This woman 20 minutes of me seen a seizure before. Let me preface this by saying that I have epilepsy and have never actually... Story 6. Not as fricked up as most of the things on the list, but it shook me up pretty bad. Let me preface this by saying that I have epilepsy and have never actually seen a seizure before. I tried to watch them online, but I had to stop. Starting in a boring retail job, I was getting trained on cash on my first day. Literally, within the first 20 minutes of me working there, a woman had a seizure in the store. I immediately abandoned my cash and put her in a fetal position, etc. Now, the thing that scared me the most was that there was a woman there who said something along the lines of, "Put something in her mouth so she doesn't choke on her tongue." This scares me because it's extremely dangerous to do this and possibly fatal. The owner/pharmacist then hands me an object to put in her mouth. At this point, I am grappling with seeing my first seizure while on my first day, the idiotic suggestion from the customer, who is quickly getting more irate and yelling at me about credentials and how I'll kill this woman, and the incompetence of someone who really should know better. Easily the most fricked up thing for me. It made me realize that most people believe this myth, and now I'm constantly scared that this will happen to me if I have a seizure in public. Too long didn't read, lost faith in humanity's ability to keep me alive. I am constantly amazed at how many people still believe you should do that, when I've been hearing about how that has been disproved for decades. Jesus, people, how have you managed to not learn this yet? Story 7. I work at an animal hospital, which also services the local zoo. On a particularly hot summer day, the zoo transported a miniature horse to the hospital which had died, and they requested a necropsy. autopsy for animals
We're gonna
didn't
have to wait
perform.
for another
The
candle.
doctors decided to do this
This
in the
candle is
kennel
not
area
enough.
where I work because of the size of the animal
It's good
and the
though.
space
It
they
looks
would
really
need.
good.
After they cut it open
Let's
and
get a
figured out the
black
cause
candle.
of death, they decided
I
to
want to see
leave
the
it
kind of
there for
volume that
someone
comes
to
in the
clean
black
up,
candle. Oh, we may
never
not even get a
asking
black candle.
anyone
It may
or
just go up
indicating
something
who
going
should
up.
do it or
Oh.
what should be done. Mind you, this is a completely open animal with guts everywhere. With the heat, the smell was horrendous and caused the doctors to eventually bestow the honor of taking care of this rancid carcass to me. With the help of a coworker, I had to remove the organs and cut the horse in half with a sawzall so that it could fit in the incinerator. I swear we couldn't get the smell out of the kennel area for a month. Still to this day, my worst day at work. Story 8. I worked at the local morgue about 6 years ago. It was the best and most relaxing job ever. I had my own office and could sleep at work if there was nothing to do. 95% of the time, there was nothing to do. The downside was what I had to see and smell. On my first day on the job, I had to transport a corpse from the hospital to the freezer. Everything was fine until I had to actually step into the freezer. The smell? It's something very unique about it. It smells like sweet, cold, and decaying meat. It's a smell you'll never forget. When I stepped into the freezer, I saw corpses. They were everywhere. I counted 13 corpses on the metal tables, some in caskets, and the rest in the cabinets. I vividly remember an old lady with freshly painted red toenail polish. I had a huge problem with getting any sleep after that. Several weeks passed before I actually managed to relax again. I once had to transport a corpse from one of the wards to the freezer. It was night and most of the lights had been shut off or dimmed. Standing alone in the elevator with a newly deceased person was very unnerving. My imagination went wild. Zombies came to mind, and I began clutching my flashlight for protection. When it came to the freezer, I had to call a pathologist to help me with carrying the corpse over the metal table. We grabbed the corpse, he held the shoulders, and I held the feet. Suddenly, I heard a gurgling noise, followed by a horrible putrid smell and the color brown. I looked up at the doctor in pure horror. "Did he just do what I think he did?" I asked him. "Yeah, they tend to evacuate their bowels." He chuckled. It was the first time I witnessed that, but not the last. I've transported corpses to and from the autopsy room. I've even been to a couple of autopsies. The worst part was when the pathologist cut open the abdomen. The smell and the sound was unbearable. It's even worse if they managed to puncture the gallbladder or the intestines. There were a couple of dissected body parts stored in jars in the autopsy room. Most of it were heads or organs, but there were a hand or a foot there.
Wait, when a person dies, they still wanna empty their bowels. They leave a little bit of life left just to clean their inside. Bro, they live a little bit of life. Just that last energy to clean those insides to make sure you get the poop out. Even in death, a man must still take a shit. No, I'll make sure to take a shit before I die. No, that must not happen to me. No way, bro. What? Even in death, a man must still take a shit. Bro. Let me go write this down, bro. That's crazy. Even in death, a man must still take a shit. No way. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy.
As well. It was all used for anatomy class for medical students as far as I can recall. I've also seen a guy who had his head split open. The poor guy was drunk and had just come out of a bar. The bar was at the top of a shopping mall, and the guy thought it would be a great idea to slide on the handrail. Sadly, he lost his balance and plummeted 7 floors down to his death. Not a pretty sight, had literally landed on his upper body. The head was almost split open in the middle. Too long didn't read, you'll see, smell, and hear a lot of unnerving things if you work at a morgue. I remember the brief time in my high school life when I was considered.
And that's why we waited. That's why we wait for confirmation. 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 Just wait for confirmation. Just wait for confirmation. 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 Yes, sir. Well, so there's nothing we can do here. We can wait for it to get to this zone, I guess. But if it shows real good strength, real good volume in the bullish volume around here, we can take a long. We can take a long. Our risk will be just below, maybe down here or maybe down here. But it needs to show real volume off of the black line if we're going to take a long from there. Otherwise, we'll be safer just waiting for this. It's not yet a falling knife. Yeah, it's not yet a falling knife. Plus, there's the red line it has to break before it becomes a real falling knife. There's been no opportunities yet, that's for sure. Only the one. Let's keep waiting.
Considering going into forensic pathology. Then I heard about stuff like this and realized I hate the sound of all that. Story 9. I worked for a mortgage service company. We were going to foreclose on a house wherein the homeowner had gone through all the hoops, missed phone calls, lost paperwork, and such, and actually been approved for a modification. She sent in her first payment for the modification on time, but since the paperwork hadn't been finished, the person flagged the payment as too early, sent the check back, and started the ball rolling on a foreclosure. We even had notes on the account indicating when the check came in that someone asked their manager about it, the manager said it was too early, and they sent it back. Meanwhile, the homeowner thinks everything is fine because they were approved and sent in their payment when they were directed to. I tried to get 3 different managers to look at the account and take notice that we were about to frick up, but seriously, they all blew me off and said, let the process take its course. I copied down the lady's phone number and called her from a blocked cell phone that evening after work and told her that due to a paperwork snafu, the company was going to try to take her house, and that she needed to call in the morning and chew butt to get it straightened out. She did. I don't regret that. I know I violated a bunch of both company rules and FDCPA rules as well as customer confidentiality, and I don't care. I would do it again. Thank you so much for this. I lost my childhood home in a foreclosure and it was really traumatic, and I just remember my mom coming home really upset because nobody was working with her. The fact that someone would try to alleviate this for anyone is really great. Story 10. I work at a copy and print shop, and let me just say that I could fill pages with some of the crap that people have asked me to print. This one, however, is my least favorite. Guy comes up to my counter one day, and right away, I can tell this is going to be unpleasant. He's mid-40s, dressed like a hipster, slicked back hair, sporting a fanny pack, and wearing the glassy-eyed expression of a friendly neighborhood diddler. He hands me a CD and asks me to print 2 of the files in booklet form. In my heart, there isn't only love and Penis the Menace. Printed out the first one, and oh great, the man is an artist. The book is full of poorly done photoshops and amateur philosophical musings. Whatever, I've seen crap like this before. When he asks, I tell him it's very well done and the people at his club are sure to love it. Then I print the second file. Perhaps the name should have acted as some kind of warning, but when I grab it from the printer, it's just pages and pages of dongs. One dong, actually. One dong dressed in dozens of different costumes, sporting googly eyes and photoshopped in front of major landmarks and nature scenery. At this point, I am forced to accept one of two equally unfortunate truths. He has either dressed his own dong in all these outfits and taken the pictures that way, or he has somehow coerced another man into affixing his junk with googly eyes and dong dresses. Too long didn't read, pics of dongs donning googly eyes and costumes.
That's good volume.
Come on, get alliterative with it.
Bush
Depictions
side.
of dongs donning
now we're
dazzling
down
dresses
trending,
and dopey-eyed
so, 'cause
decorations to the
high,
delight of delinquents.
low,
That's how you do
Lower
it.
high.
Story
lower
11.
low.
Working in McDonald's. Kid came to the counter saying she wanted to use the disabled toilet, but the door was locked and a man was lying down. Went to look, found a junkie out cold, blood everywhere, needles still in his arm, and he wasn't breathing. Had to put him in the recovery position and hold his airway open for 15 minutes. Vile. Maybe he was just too excited that the McRib was back. Story 12. I worked a summer job at Petco my freshman year in high school. I walked into work one day to hear my store's manager yelling my name. Obviously confused, I went into the back room where, to my dismay, I see that all of the kennels that hold the kittens in the store are wide open. Right about now is where I panic. I look around the back room, not having seen a single kitten yet. This thought terrifies me because those little things are worth a lot of money. Finally, I get into the storage room and open the door to see the most random thing I've ever encountered in my life. 40 kittens running around a 20-foot by 20-foot room with my store manager sprawled across the floor yelling, "Tyler, help me, I messed up!" What the F? Worthy yet not disgusting. Oh God, kittens! Story 13. Not me, but
If it
at a gas
closes
station
this
down
strong-
the road last week, a woman paid
closes
$5
this
in
strong,
gas,
then
left her
wanna
ID on the
take a-
counter saying she won't be needing it anymore.
Wanna
then
risk
went
down
to the
here,
pump, soaked
rather.
herself in gasoline, and lit herself on fire. 3 people rushed to her with extinguishers, but she still died on the way to the hospital. One person was the clerk, the other 2 were electricians on their lunch break. Story 14. Working in a bank and watching elderly people lose their life savings in a heartbeat multiple occasions. One was about a year ago, a typical Nigerian scam. This one was particularly bad because the scammers went all in right away, didn't even try to frick them out of a few grand with a fake certified check. The 85-year-old couple lost their entire savings, just shy of $100,000, and had no way of getting it back. They were convinced to keep their winnings a secret and refused to give the branch manager any details. In my opinion, he should have done more, but moot point. The worst is watching elderly people get cleaned out by their own children, watching them set up joint accounts and durable power of attorney papers with their kids who then rob them blind and move to a different state. The first one is a rare case, usually because someone notices a suspicious check or stops a wire transfer. The second happens all the time, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Once they've joined forces on an account or a POA, they can use whatever's there. That is so unbelievably sad. That breaks my heart. I don't care if your parents were pretty awful parents. If that's the case, cut ties and keep your distance. Don't become a monster like them, folks. I know plenty of people will disagree with me, but whatever. Story 15. I was on work experience with a
I don't know
test-
how to feel about that, to be honest. It's like, for your kid to do that to you, you must have really not been, you must have not raised that kid right, innit? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what to say. That is just tough, man. Absolutely tough. That's all I got. I guess it's just tough, man. It has a lot of momentum and volume in it, and we like that. We like that. But we're not gonna take a trade all the way up here. That's nope. So we want to get a pullback with rejection. That's what we want. I want to see some kind of pullback with rejection. We have to wait one more candle now. That's not too good. That type of rejection on this type of candle is not too good. It's giving volume to the bearish side. Not too good. Yeah, let's wait for one more candle. See what it wants to do really. Because this candle had a lot of momentum and no rejection at all. No, basically no rejection. And this kind of rejected nicely. That was really good. On the line there, on this supply there. It didn't break the low too, so that's pretty good too. Next candle went up, that's good. And so we're waiting for this candle to pull back and show rejection. Maybe pull back here, reject up to here. If it does that, we'll probably risk down here instead of risking down here. Risk down here. This is the next low, right? So, and this is before 2 p.m. I guess it's right after 2 p.m. Well, it's enough volume, that's fine. So, this low right here is what we'll be risking.
Control company. Thanks, Uncle. And we got to the house of this old lady. It was immaculate and everything was completely dust-free. We ask what the problem is, and it's a colony nest of cockroaches in her garden drain. She says she found it a month ago and tried to get rid of them all by pouring bleach down the kitchen sink 3 times a day for a month. We open the drain in the garden and we see maybe 2 to 3 dozen cockroaches that have been bleached to the color of bone, all perfectly healthy apart from color. Everyone knows you can't kill roaches with... Story 16. I work for the railroad. One night we were stopped in a siding waiting for an Amtrak to pass. With the train about 500 feet from us doing 80 miles per hour, some guy decided to check out and step in front of the train. He disappeared in a pink cloud of smoke. What was left looked like someone spilled a red slushie. I also clipped a drunk driver who had gotten his car stuck on the rails and decided to run off before we hit him. Hit him doing maybe 30, he bounced off the ground but got up and ran. Saw a drunk guy being loaded in an ambulance after deciding to run from the railroad police. He didn't make it far and tripped and fell under a train while crossing through it. The train ran over him and he lost both legs and one arm. Lucky to be alive, he was in his early 20s. And lastly, found a dead homeless guy in a rail car completely frozen in place. Poor guy picked a bad freight car to ride. Story 17. Worked at a summer camp years ago. We used to wait outside of the locker room while the groups got changed for pool time, etc. One day, all the kids had come back out to swim and are laughing their butts off. Not that unusual, so not thinking much of it, we do a quick head count to make sure we are ready to go and realize we are 1 kid short. Wait another minute, and he's still not coming back out, so I went in to check it out. A wave of crap-smelling low tide at a sewage plant nails me as soon as I hit the door. Not knowing what to expect, now this smell in the air, I walked to the back of the locker room to find the strangler arm deep in his own crap, drawing what looked like the Mothman prophecies of poop on the wall. Turned around and walked out. Moved from the counselors to dishwashing that day and never looked back. Story 18. I used to work at a movie theater, and this one incident sticks out like a horrible, crappy thumb. It was a relatively slow day, so my coworkers and I were lounging about in the lobby when an older gentleman dressed all in white shorts, shirt, socks, sneakers, this is an important detail, hurries into the bathroom. We all think nothing of it because we've seen people rush in before, probably so they don't miss their movie. A little bit of time progresses, and we forget all about him. Until a middle-aged black guy walks in and in the smoothest voice I've ever heard asks me this, "Hey, my man, mind if I use the bathroom?" I respond with, "Absolutely, sir, go right ahead." No less than 10 seconds later, he comes out, and what he told me next will be forever burned into my brain. "Yo, my man, someone didn't quite make it." He then just strolled out of the theater. No man could have prepared me for what I saw. It was a crap explosion. The stench hit me so hard I actually started screaming, and I got louder as I noticed the amount of crap all over the place. I called my coworkers over to witness the aftermath of the crap storm, and they too became loud and shocked at what had transpired. At one point, while we were all preparing
wait, my train!
supplies,
Wait, my
the perpetrator
train!
tried to
Oh
sneak out
shit!
of the theater, solid
Oh shit,
snake
this is
style,
not
which was next to
bad take
impossible
though.
because the
Wait,
bathroom was
Should we
directly
take it for
opposite
this
the
low
exit.
or
The
for
man's
this low?
previously pristine white clothing had turned crap yellow/brown, with it trickling down his legs, staining his white tube socks and sneakers the same vile color. As the cleanliness offensive against the terrorist progressed, we finally opened the
Let's wait
stall
for
where
it
the
to come
main
back down
attack
so we can
happened.
take this shit.
It
We're
was
gonna
like
take
this
this shit.
guy's butt didn't want to live anymore and
That's
blew its
funny as
butt
hell.
brain out. It covered the
It
walls,
may
the
not give.
toilet,
It
and
may
the
not. It may
floor
not. It
in
may
the
not give
putrid
us a trade
stank.
though.
To top it all off, he left his frickin' crap-soiled tighty-whities draped over
This guy,
the
wait,
toilet
man.
bowl. That day
Yo,
frickin' sucked.
it's the girl that was screaming for me. It was the girl that was screaming for me, yo. Yo. The stench hit me so hard I actually started screaming. Yo, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. There we are, there we are. We're almost about to get in. We're risking the lower side. Alright, we're in right there. We're risking down here instead. Risking down there. We're risking 118. So 120 times 2 is 240. You guys see, I'm going to put 240 as my TP point. But instead, you know what? Nah. You know what? Sure. 240 as my TP point. I hope this thing fails me right. Like, that last fail on our prior trade was just horrendous. But yeah, so we're in right there. Good rejection, good volume. I mean, rejected a little bit, but good rejection there. This is heavy though. But, we'll see. Whatever. So in here, we have 118. So right there, this is good. This looks good. And then we have 2R up there. Holy, all the way up there. We've been in this trade for a while. That's our trade right now. That's our trade we're in right now. But yeah, man, this volume is pretty nasty though. But hey, we have this line here. We have this. This took it. I mean, the move from here wasn't all that much though, I guess. The move from here wasn't all that much. The move from here it just went up there, pulled back. So from here it went up there, pulled back, and then from here it went up there. Let's see. It's not a bad trade. It's an okay trade. If we're risking down here on this one, if we're risking here, we would only need for price to get here for us to find out TB, just the next black line. So we're risking to be safe. I like being safe, you know. I don't know. Should I have been safe? I don't know. But this thing is really rejecting. It's not holding it at all. But yeah, so let's see. Why do we take J? We took this rejection, this volume, and then there was this rejection on that candle. So that's why we took this trade. But the only thing is the risk where we're risking. Ideally, we should be risking down here. This is where we should be risking. This is where we should be risking, man. Oh, not here. You know, where we should be risking. Well, it's fine. Ah, Michael, why are you doing this, man? You should be risking down here. Because he may really not even break this volume right here. He may actually not break it. Maybe too much for it to break. This volume is heavy, right? So it may not break this volume. But if we're risking, down there, we may have gotten out before it had to break the volume, and that'll be fine. I don't know. If we get here, we'll put it as break even. That's what we can do, I guess. For our stupidity, we can put it at break even there. And let's keep going.
I actually started screaming, and I got louder as I noticed the amount of crap all over the place. I called my coworkers over to witness the aftermath of the crap storm, and they too became loud and shocked at what had transpired. At one point, while we were all preparing to assault the scene with cleaning supplies, the perpetrator tried to sneak out of the theater, Solid Snake style, which was next to impossible because the bathroom was directly opposite the exit. The man's previously pristine white clothing had turned crap yellow/brown, with it trickling down his legs, staining his white tube socks and sneakers the same vile color. As the cleanliness offensive against the terrorist progressed, we finally opened the stall where the main attack happened. It was like this guy's butt didn't want to live anymore and blew its butt brain out. It covered the walls, the toilet, and the floor, and the putrid stank. To top it all off, he left his frickin' crap-soiled tighty-whities draped over the toilet bowl. That day frickin' sucked. Too long didn't read, older gentle dude commits butt self-termination in the men's room at my old movie theater job. And the smoothest black man ever was the harbinger of bad news. More like Liquid Snake style. Otacon, I need to get to the bathroom. I've got a Metal Gear poking out. Oh God, I'm not gonna make it. Ah! Snake? Snake! Snake! Story 19. I used to work for a town pool in an urban area.
That's crazy, man. I'm gonna put this here. This is what we should have done. This should have been a trade. I kind of almost regret it. I was more afraid of losing it, to be honest. So that's really why I was very afraid of losing the trade. I didn't want to lose the trade. I didn't want to lose the trade. But this would have been the trade. And this is a better trade than this because this, at least, it doesn't break this high. And because we're not sure if it's going to break this high. And there's a whole base that's formed right here. Look at the drop off the base, right? So there's a whole base that's formed right here. We're not sure it's going to break that at all. And it's on a downtrend. So we're not sure it's going to break that. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking maybe we should just take our profit here if we get a chance. If we get a chance. But I may be wrong, and we just burst through, and maybe even get up there. Maybe I just have to hold this trade a little longer is all. But yeah, man, so in this case, at this point, if we are taking this trade at this point, we're kind of break even in it. So why don't we put it, because we're in down here? Why don't we put ourselves as a break even right now? What do you guys think? Nobody asking for your opinion, anyways. I'm putting it as break even. Am I now? Am I going to put it as break even? It's a question of the ages. The question of the age. But it has no reason to come back down here. It's already broken through this base that we had before, so it should just stop around here. There's no reason to come all the way. Nah, I'm putting it as break even. Alright, we're now break even. Yeah, so I just hope it. Or maybe we should put it instead of putting it. Now probably we break even at this point. It's already past 50%. 50% is down here. It's already like 70%, which is break even. So yeah, I should have taken this trade instead of this one, man. But we'll use this trade analysis to hold this one. So right now I break even already. If it gets here, we may take profit. We may take. I just don't. I don't want to do that, but we may take profit. Because this is a zone. This is a zone right here. A supply zone that's formed, and it's rejecting off of it. It's really nasty. Rejection is really nasty. Like again, this was a heavy drop, right? So it makes sense. Oof, rejection is nasty, bro. Let's see what a one looks like. one went ahead to form its own supply too. This thing looks like it's gonna continue downwards. So we'll have it as break even. If it continues downwards, good for it. There's no short opportunity though, and we're in a long anyways. We only had a long opportunity. We didn't find a short opportunity in this whole move. So we're in a long, we're break even. Let it do whatever it wants to do.
Every day for about 2 weeks, there would be poop in front of the gate where we opened. Human poop. Every day. Turns out one of the kids that was banned from the pool would sneak out of his house every night and poop in front of it in anger. Angry poop is the worst poop. Story 20. I worked in an inner city major hospital as an ED nurse for 12 years. I have so many stories, I don't even know where to start. The accidents, illnesses, things people couldn't control should not be talked about, but the others, insanity. For a period of time in Houston, there was a trend among certain members of an extreme segment of the guy community to have mummification parties. A man comes into the ED in a homemade body cast, head to toe, with openings for his nose, mouth, anus, and genitals. The idea, I was told, was to force ejaculation through the use of a cattle prod rectally and to use the other openings as the participants wished, while the mummy was helpless to resist. This
Wait,
one
what?
group decided to use direct
What
the
job
guy
is this?
community. If time in Houston control should not be talked about, but start. The accidents, illness, 12 years. I worked in an inner city major hospital as an ED nurse for 12 years. I have so many stories, I don't even know where to start.
Nurse.
The accidents, illnesses, things people couldn't control should not be talked about, but the others, insanity. For a period of time in Houston, there was a trend among certain members of an extreme segment of the guy community to have mummification parties. A man comes into the ED in a homemade body cast, head to toe, with openings for his nose, mouth, anus, and genitals. The idea, I was told, was to force ejaculation through the use of a cattle prod rectally and to use the other openings as the participants wished, while the mummy was helpless to resist. This one group decided to use
Like
direct
the spread on this thing is interesting. Like, bro, I'm losing. I had my stop above my entry for the specific reason not to lose the trade. Today has been awful, man. It feels awful, awful. I mean, it doesn't charge me commissions, but the spread on this one, awful today. Awful, 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 man. Holy, putrid, disgusting. Ugh. Alright, we got stopped out, so let's see how this one closes. Again, I understand why it's rejecting here. Has all the right to. With this amount of volume. Bro, I don't feel comfortable taking it long anymore. I think I'm good on it long right now. This amount of volume and the rejection is doing, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good on it long. Matter of fact, I'll be looking to take a short at some point. Yeah, the rejection is horrible, man. If at the end of the day we see something different, we'll learn. That's all. We'll learn every day. The only reason why this is not a good short trade is because of the power candle. So it will make sense if it continues, but you never know what it wants to do. So let us see what it wants to do. We already got our one trade. We found there was a zone here. And then it created a supply right behind, right under the zone. It's not good, man. Is he really going to hold this? Whoa. Yep. Rejection. Disgrace. You got trouble and trouble again. Rejection and outrage. Disgrace. For shame. Look at that candle, man. Look at the momentum on the candle. It just looks sexy. Absolutely sexy. Holy. Holy. Ew. Alright. We gotta wait for price to come down here. Honestly, at this point, we can call it falling. Honestly, okay, if he breaks this low, we'll just call it a falling knife. We'll just call it a falling. Call it a falling knife. We need to really see some nice price action down here before we take a trade. But there is no short right now. Fortunately, there is no short right now. A lot of people definitely took this short right here for sure. Well, I was saying on the 1 minute, right? There was a very good opportunity on it. Was it not here? Oh yeah, there was this one nasty opportunity, and then this from the base here, and then there was no opportunity on the 1 minute, at least to me. But oh well, it is what it is. This has become a high to use for a risk now. This was the high these people use for this risk, and then this was the high for here. But there was no opportunity here. There was no opportunity here. It was just a gamble. This was just a gamble. This was a better trade than prior ones. With something like this, risking up there 105, looking for 2 whatever 210. Is he actually gonna pull back up? That's crazy if he does. If he does, that's crazy. But if he shows rejection, it's not a bad idea to take a trade short, risking just the recent high here. Risking just here is a good short. So if he closes with rejection, enough rejection, we may take that short. Because of this candle. This candle is just horrible, you know. But it needs to close with bearish volume.
220 volt current from a dryer outlet, placing a metal rod into his rectum and a clamp on his scrotum. The man had expelled all fluids he had to expel and had essentially cooked in the body cast. His eyeballs had exploded. I was never sure why he was even brought in by EMS because he was obviously dead, but I got the initial job of cutting the cast off. The smell of burnt flesh was something that was intense enough to make me retch. Describing the state of the body is probably not even required. Just think of a human hot dog cooked far too long and left to die in a plaster cast. His abdomen, unable to expand in the cast, had split, and cooked feces and viscera had saturated the cast. Once the autopsy was done, it was found he had dozens of broken bones. This was perhaps one of the most horrific deaths I have ever seen. I'm sure someone will say I am bashing gays here. Bullcrap. I'm bashing human stupidity and the fact that a human life was utterly wasted. I think we have our winner. Holy frick. I don't even want to comment. People, I don't care what crazy kinks you're into. Be safe and don't do anything you think could actually harm someone else. Jesus. Please like and subscribe if you've made it this far. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the video and have a wonderful day. Story 21. I used to do computer repair on the side for a few extra bucks. A friend of a friend referred a guy to me that was a local music producer or something. Said his computer's down and he needs it back up ASAP. It just...
Calm down, you. I'm singing here, alright? Talking while I'm singing. Anyway, people that are in this trade are like, yes, sir. If you didn't break even, I would have broken even because it went all the way up there. I didn't take profit, so I'm gonna not lose a trade. That's the way it will work, right? If you're in this trade, you are not even breaking even at all. This is the trade we took, but we're using this analysis, so it's fair. So if you're in this trade, no break even, we're not break even, we're just watching the trade, and it's looking good. It's looking like this volume right here looks beautiful, just good. I still think this was the better choice. I still think this was the better choice because now your break even. Now you can decide, okay, if he pulls back here to our entry again, yeah, we can take a trade. We can take a trade. It's just to re-enter it. Otherwise, if he pops up here with rejection on this candle, we won't take a trade. If he had rejection on this candle and it popped up again and rejection again, then we'll take a trade risking up there. So let's see what he wants. If he pops down from the next candle, just pops down with volume and then rejects, we'll take a trade long. But if it pops, because it's already destroyed this volume that it created, this momentum and volume on the short side, gone. So what's left right now is momentum and volume on the long side. Oh, by the way, the funded account I opened, I'm not able to really trade like this on the SPY, and so I'm asking them for a refund to give me back my money. Cause I thought I'll be able to. So the way it works is that I have a $6,000 account with a 1 to 10 what's it called, leverage, and I'm not able to take trades on the I'm not able to take trades on the 5 as I want to. So I'm like, give me back my money, give me back my money, give me back my money, give me back my money. I want nothing to do with you no more. Nothing. Can't even risk 5%, bro. That's crazy. That 1%. Trying to reach 1% per trade, but it won't even let me. So I'm like, don't worry about it, man. Just give me back my money. 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 Give me back my give me back my money. All right, so again, let's see if we get a pullback so we can get back in long. But this time around, we'll be using this as our risk. If we don't get a pullback, it is what it is. And if we have to increase our entry, doesn't matter, eh? We have to increase our entry, that's fine too, but our risk does not change. Because it didn't break the low. It just held. Alright, this is the next one. I want to say pullback. Pullback here, please. Reject. Let's get in there. So we want. So we want. Give us what we want. Give the people what they want. For whoever was in this trade, now they're in profit. They're in profit by getting close to half. Half is just up here. No, half is up. No, half is up here. Oh, yeah, bye. Getting close to half. Alright, let's play this.
Shut off one day. We agree on a price plus parts and he leaves. Now, this computer was a nice custom built job in a nice case. The outside looked a little stained up and it smelled of nicotine and something a bit sweeter. Figured weed. But it was fairly clean on the outside. I take the side off the computer. I'm trying to figure out what I am looking at because it looked like a mixture of small rubber bands and jello. I can't even see the processor fan because the pile is so high. Took me a minute to figure out what it was. It was a moldy, stinking pile of used rubbers. The guy had been hiding them in his computer. I had no idea why. I call the guy and tell him I refuse to touch it. He tells me he will come clean it up and for me to include a new case in the bill. All he wanted was his recording hardware out of it. Oh, and he offered me a lot of money to not tell anyone. So he comes over and does the deed, and I tackle removing the parts he wanted out of it. Ended up building him a completely new computer minus the sound card interface and the drives. When the guy picked up the new computer, he handed me $1,200, $700-ish in parts, and told me to keep my mouth shut. His wife did not need to find out. Freaking gross. Too long didn't read, guy had a 1.5-foot tall pile of used rubbers in his computer. Story 22. This happened almost 10 years ago. I was working the night shift at a very popular coffee shop in a busy tourist location during the summer. At about 2 a.m., this guy came in dressed as a bee, and it wasn't a nice bee costume. It was a garbage bag painted with yellow stripes and a really bad-looking bug mask. While hunched over and buzzing, he ordered a cup of sugar water. Suspicious, I gave him his water, and he drank it through his straw mouth thing. Since water was free, I said he didn't have to pay. He suddenly straightened up and in a deep, normal voice said, "Thanks for being cool about this." Gave me a $5 tip and walked out. I still don't know what the frick was going on. I half expected to see two guys in black suits come in to neutralize me after that. Since people want to know, Zablewski did not guess correctly, but he had a really good guess. Sounds like he lost a bet with his friends. Story 23. I worked in a factory making parts for a major car company. Actually, the company I worked for was contracted by a major company. Anyway, one day a guy got his hand stuck in a machine that pushed tiny stoppers into the part that would stop fluid and whatnot. There was roughly 10,000 pounds of pressure pinning his hand in place. The place was so poorly run that nobody knew how to get it open and they had to call a guy to come open it. He was stuck in there so long they had to get him a chair to sit down while he waited. Miraculously, his hand is fine now. I saw someone lose their arm up to their elbow in a printing press. The crappy thing is that the day before the accident, I was training him and telling him that if he ever dropped a rag during cleanup, to just let it go and not try to be a hero. Needless to say, he reacted and tried to grab a rag he dropped. This was his first week on the job. Not to be that guy, but I'm guessing it was also probably his last week on the job. I cannot for the life of me imagine staying at a job I had just started and lost an arm at. Story 24. The worst thing I've ever seen is a child-shaming case in which the father boiled water and held his child by the ankles and dunked his head in up to the nose, boiling away his skin. He is the only person I probably ever would have killed if I met him at the moment I was treating his son. I have never felt such anger and disgust and horror in all in one moment as I did that day. I hope I never have to again, but of course I will happily do so anytime I'm needed. Story 25. Born, raised on a ranch. I have quite a few. I had a cow that was having trouble calving, so I chased her to pull the calf. The calf came out and was inside.
Yo, we just heard the man dunked his. Oh my god. Poor kids, man. Like, kids are just born into the world. knowing nothing, wanting nothing, needing nothing. Okay, they need stuff, but they want nothing. They know nothing. They didn't even choose to be there. They just were born there. And then people who they just treat them horribly. Like, come on, man. Come on. It's crazy, bro. It's absolutely crazy. Why? Why? Like, why? There's a very big difference between discipline and abuse. Come on. Come on. Holy shit, man. Why? 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 Come on, man. Why? What? Why? Why? Like, why? Come on. Why? Kids and women are just beautiful to be adored, to be taken care of. As a man, a fellow man, strong, a fellow man that is strong, has shit together, you respect him immediately. You just respect him. You respect him. You, if you are not at or above where he currently is, then you look up to him. You are kind of adore him. You know. But that's it. If you're at or above where he's at, then you just respect him as a fellow man that is doing good for himself. Can get those kind of friends. But the women, beautiful, a beautiful woman, has her shit together. Um, has her shit together. Understands the art of seduction. Is well aware of what she's doing. You just, she's beautiful. You just want to take care of her. Is that like, you respect her too? You don't adore a woman. At least to me, I don't think you adore a woman. I I guess that contradicts, but adoration in the sense of the adoration you have for a man can never be the same you have for what you have for a woman. In that sense, adoring a woman is more like looking at her like the way you adore your kids. Adoring a man is the way you'd adore a king, I guess, in that respect. But damn, man, come on, like kids, man. That kid now with the whole disconfigured face has to go through school. Is gonna be bullied. It's gonna be, you know, made fun of. The dad probably continues to. Oh my god, come on, it's not right, man. It's just not right. Like, don't people just have? Oh my, I don't know. I can never really blame anybody because the only thing you can blame is the root cause, and the root cause is a man fucked up somewhere. That's it. But it's been such a long time past now that the ripple effect of that man that fucked up is just it's so massive. It's hard to contain anymore. It's crazy, man. This is good volume here. So assuming we're in this trade, we got break even, and then now it's continuing without us, without also giving a an opportunity to get in. Like if you are still in this trade, for sure now it's break even. Like here, you can understand why it's not break even. Here, I can understand because the price actually closed down here, so price action is not necessarily um shown that it's going to continue yet. It could always pull back and continue. But then again, it's also with this momentum, this could have easily continued downwards and you'd have gotten stopped out. Well, I guess that's also fine. That's a risk you should be willing to take. Yeah, that's a risk you should be willing to take. So on this candle here, we're break even. So because of that, we won't want to take a trade anymore. There's this low that formed here too. So I guess maybe that obvious low was the best one to risk then. Obvious lows are the best ones to risk. Because that was, I found it low. It's a low, but it's not obvious, I guess. It was just this demand here. And so when this happened, the best one to risk was this low. Mm. And now we'll be break even if we had held it through all of that. But our TP is all the way up here. Really rejecting here. But we'll just assume we're in that trade and hold. So yeah, we'll assume we're in this trade and we'll just wait. We won't take any trades.
Out. Story 26. I work in a clothing store. A very lazy lady who asked to use the toilet couldn't be bothered to walk 2 minutes to the nearest toilet as we have none in the store. Instead, she went to the fitting rooms, took in some clothes, proceeded to defecate on the floor and pee in a plastic bag. She then walked out smiling and left the store. Several minutes later, a lady came out complaining about the smell for us to find this lovely gift on the floor. Cleaners refused to clean it up, so a supervisor had to do it instead. Definitely not worth the extra £1 an hour. I do indeed work in Primark. For those unfamiliar with the store, let's call it the Walmart of British shops. Where I work, if that happens, we get 50 pounds in our next paycheck, no questions asked. The only other person who has to know who cleaned it is the duty manager. The duty manager. Story 27. Back when I was lifeguarding, a parent brought his severely mentally handicapped teenager, upper teens, son to the pool during the most crowded hours. The kid goes swimming, walking around the pool, doing his typical pool things for a while. I stop paying attention to him. Later I'm on the stand when suddenly I see the kid's dad from across the pool stand up and yell the kid's name at the top of his lungs. I looked behind me to where he was looking to be met with the sight of the kid straight up dropping his bathing suit, bending over, and dropping a massive crap right on the pavement near the pool, at peak hours, in front of everyone. The dad quickly gets his kid under control, apologizes to all of us working, and leaves with the kid. Luckily, I was on the stand, and the other lifeguard had to clean it up. Story 28. So, I used to work in people's homes remodeling. One day, when I was at the shop, a guy I worked with named Dave came back from doing a tear out in the kitchen. Now, Dave was normally a very talkative guy, but today he was very silent. Myself, Dave, and two other guys were outside by the dumpster, and someone finally asked Dave if he was okay. He said he was fine and continued to throw stuff away. Finally, Dave turned to us and said, "I can't go back to that job tomorrow. Someone else will have to go finish up." The shop manager, who was out there with us throwing stuff away, told him that was fine, but we had to know why before we could just swap jobs. Dave proceeded to tell us this story. He went to this job, but before he could start working in the kitchen, there was a terrible smell coming from the sink. He didn't want to be rude, so he tried to cover the smell up without having to embarrass the old lady who lives there. He continues to work, but eventually can't take it anymore. He figures he know what will work, so he takes a rag, soaks it in lacquer thinner, and shoves it down the sinkhole. It doesn't cover the smell. I mean lacquer thinner. This crap literally peels paint off walls, and it won't cover the smell. Dave can no longer take the smell and also figures that this is a plumbing health hazard and needs to tell the homeowner. He proceeds to talk to the old lady, telling her that she has a terrible smell in her kitchen and that a plumber needs to come take a look at it before he can continue working. She looks him square in the eye and says, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with the plumbing. I pour my husband's colostomy bag down the garbage disposal, so there's no need to worry." He finishes the tear out as fast as he can and leaves. The next day, our boss sends another employee to the site. He works half a day and leaves. The next day, the same thing happens. On Thursday, I finally got sent to the site, and it really was the most horrific smell I have ever had the pleasure of smelling. I worked half a day and left. Our shop manager finally went on Friday and finished the job. The lady loved the work and sent us all a card thanking her for the beautiful kitchen. Because frick toilets, I cannot help but read what that lady said like she's a murderer in a horror movie. "Oh, there's nothing wrong with the plumbing. I pour my husband's colostomy bags down the disposal. No need to worry. They were just still attached to him, and I already had him halfway down it. Let me show you how I did it." Story 29. Working Tesco on an early evening shift, 6 till 10 p.m. Around 9:15 or so, I'm filling up the fridge of sandwiches by the main entrance. Notice the huge, mean-looking dog walking in. Ignored it. Big bald guy holding a stick follows. Makes sense, the guy was playing with his dog, I figured. Finish the sandwiches, head back through the shop floor to get on with my job, and notice a trail of blood. It goes up and down the aisles all over the store. There are 3 big butt drops of blood, real horror movie type blood trail. I walk past the store's bakery, it goes in there as well. Next aisle up, I walk past the guy with his dog. Face is fricked up, one eye, bloody mess. He asks me if I've seen 2 chavs. I say, no. He leaves. Other staff are desperately trying to clean up the blood trail that we now know he left, especially the parts in the bakery. We make food there, dude, or rather we cook the prepackaged frozen dough we get sent. Talking to coworkers just after, turns out 2 punk kids beat the crap out of him, taking one of his eyes. He was looking for them and planning to, I assume, beat the living crap out of them. Anyway, a few months later, a drunk was refused booze in the same store, so drove his car through the window and took out an empty cash register. Story 30. Worked in tech support.
2 kids beat the crap out of him and took out one of his eyes? Hey. First off, if that was a girl, I would be furious. Powerless as I may be, I would still be furious. It's a guy. I'm still furious, just not on the same level. As a matter of fact, I'm more intrigued than furious. With the girl, it would be more like the furious emotion would be overwhelming. I would still be intrigued, but it would probably be on equal level. But on the guy, I'm more. It's the conditioning of the mind as we've grown up. We are less emotional or less remorseful towards men than we are with women and children. And to me, that's okay. I'm fine with that, to be honest. Um, it does not mean you disregard a man's feelings or disregard a man's emotions, but it is his job to be strong. His body is built to be strong. He was made to be stronger. So it is his job to be stronger, but does not necessarily mean he's not human, right? So as for this guy that they took out one of his eyes, it's I don't know, man. Kids. Why would we've been talking of all the adults abusing kids now, and kids abusing kids, but now kids abusing the adults, bro. It's crazy. It is crazy. Like, what? I don't know, man. What is all this? What is all this? Huh? Crazy. Crazy indeed. This is the obvious low here, but it broke through that, so we'll be risking. And it closed out, we're risking down here. It came to the zone. If you had stopped up there, we'll probably risk in here or here. One of the two. And then so same thing with this. I'm just talking to myself. I shouldn't have wanted to even shouldn't have even found I wish I didn't find this low. If not I'd have been in this trade 'cause I would have not been break even yet. Now I'd have been break even at this candle. But I'd have been in this trade at least. I wish I didn't find this low. But now that I found it low, I now know that it was not the low to risk because yeah, and if you're taking this, you'd have been break even or you'd have still been in the trade, however you trade. But for me, it's not the low to risk because it's hidden. It's not very obvious to everybody. This screams out more, so I'll take this low. And if he comes and stops me out, that means he's coming to this zone, and that means I can now take the risk, the next trade off of this zone and risk this low, right? So we just have to wait and see how this trade plays out. If he comes back to break even, good. If he goes to take profit, that's only then we would really start to look for a trade. So either these 2 points. So if he goes to take profit, good. If he comes back to break even, good. Only then would we look for a trade. So if he comes back to break even, we may even take another long. Depending on how it looks as it comes down. If it goes up to take profit, then we may take a short up here, depending on how it looks. Or if it goes up there, we may see how it behaves. If it behaves nicely up there, pulls back down, we may take a long, and then our long will just be risking down here. Or maybe it forms a low somewhere as it's going up, then we'll risk that. Well, we're not going to trade up until this trade is done.
Report.
Even though
Guy
we're not
brought
in
in
trade.
his PC. There was CP on the desktop in different folders. Called the cops. They came and got the computer. Never heard from them or the customer. Story 31. I'm a vet tech and I used to work at a humane society. We had a dog come in that was confiscated for being abused and had a horrible genital infection. The dog was spayed, so it wasn't pyometra. Uterine infection dogs get if not spayed. And we didn't have x-ray, so we weren't 100% sure what was wrong with it. I took it to the emergency clinic to get it x-rayed and just about passed out when I saw the film. The crap bag owners had shoved a celeb up into the dog's twat and just freaking left it there. We don't know how long it had been there, but it took surgery and a lot of antibiotics to fix it. And when you know, this was the absolute nicest dog ever. I want to kill people that abuse animals. The dog survived and she was adopted to a really nice family. Crap bag owners just got slapped with a huge fine as far as I know. As far as what to do with people who do stuff like that, I'm right there with you. People who abuse animals or kids are the kind of people that make me actually think the movie The Purge had a point. Story 32.
Yo,
Just after the
the
Japanese
purge though,
earthquakes.
the purge. See, I'm purging Purging freaking some, like, the world does need a kind of purge, man. Whether it's Noah's Ark freaking flawed, we need a little bit of a restart. If you're talking about, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Maybe we're going, I don't know, because with the age of internet, things are coming to light a lot more faster and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like the dark side is also balancing out hiding well. So I don't know. I don't. Let me just. To me personally, I'll say if I could press a button and the world would just disappear, I would not hesitate one bit. The world would just disappear immediately. No one dies in pain. There's no pain. Everything just ends. Just game over. Done. I will press that button like my life depended on it. You get the point? But I'm not even kidding. I will press, even if I had a family, it would hurt to lose my family, but it would hurt to lose my family to violence more. I will press that button. Hard. Hard. Maybe I'll fuck my wife once more before I press the button. But I'll press the button. Just game over, man. Let's just be done with this absurdity. Is there no way to just not have all this? I'm not saying violence is, it's just the type of violence, man. And there is no way violence does not evolve. It evolves. It may have started with a fight, may have started with stabbing, then murder, then before you know, oh, it's desires, right? Violence is desires, the desire to want to do something or show something. And so some idiot with a little bigger sees a girl working in the corner. Now violence comes in sexual violence. Those sexual violences, those ones are the ones that are more disgusting to me. And then there's just torture. Torture is torturing your victim on top of the sexual violence. Oh my God. Junko Furuta is a case I will never forget. But a lot of those things from back in the day happened in the age where you couldn't really monitor your kids. Once they go to school, they're on their kid. There's no way for you to contact them, especially if they're coming home alone. Because Junko's case, she was on a bike alone coming back home. But didn't have probably didn't. Yeah, I don't think she had a cell phone stuff. I don't think a cell phone in that age. And there was telephones though, and there's just no way for the parents um to monitor their kid. Yeah, that whole thing hurts, man. That whole thing hurts. Damn. And then you see another case of this young girl and guy, and they end up doing. I mean, they didn't torture the guy for long, but they cut him up with machete, and then ended up sexually abusing him, and then burying him alive. It's the craziest thing, man. It's the craziest thing. This was done without remorse by a girl and two other guys. And even in Junko case, I'm pretty sure a couple of girls came and said nothing. There was even another case with a woman. Bro, there's so many things, man. But I don't know. God forbid I have a button that I press and this world will end. Doesn't matter if I'm a billionaire. Doesn't matter if I have it good in life. Just the thought that something may happen that's out of my control especially somebody that's close to me. That shit is going to hurt. So if I'm willing to press that button without hesitation, then I guess I'm the most selfish person alive, innit? But my selfishness is not one that allows me to enjoy life. To be honest, if I was to be reborn, I would want to be reborn. I want to be reborn a more selfish and ignorant person, to be honest, because at least that way my heart will not be in pain and always thinking and always reminded of the world I live in. That way I can just live my life with my desires like every other person, or not every other person, like most people do. And if I commit a crime, I just get a little time, come back out, like nothing happened, continue my life again, doing nonsense. Like what the hell? Get a little crime, get a little time for committing a nasty crime. Act like a king in the jail. Some of them do at least, and then come back out looking good, start again, probably going back to the crime I committed if it was that if I enjoyed it so much. Isn't that what the system is? A little time, come back out. A little time, come back. And then if you're a minor, even better for you, ain't it? Man, I, I can't even enjoy life like that, man. The fear that once I end up being with a woman, I really, one woman, two women, doesn't matter. Let's just say I end up being with the women I really want to take care of. I can't even take care of them. And then my daughters come to life, and my sons, and I can't even, bro. I'm going to my research. I'm going to put in my all to making sure. I was just today. I was thinking, oh, if when my kids go to high school, I'll sign up to be a counselor in that school. Be close to them when they're in danger. So we go home together. If they are going out with some students, I have a time to wait for my kids to know where they are. Sure, I maybe looked at as a little overprotective to an extent. I'm still gonna give them their free. Like as long as I know they're safe and where they are, I'm okay. Your 1 hour, 1 hour is enough to give someone trauma that will last a lifetime. 1 hour. Just think about that. 1 hour. 1 hour is enough to traumatize someone that will last a lifetime. 1 hour. 1 hour of someone's life can ruin years of their lives. Just think about that. Just that thought. You've not seen violence. Violence and cruelty is different. It is different. 1 hour. That's all. That's all. You're done. So forgive me if I just want to be close to my kids so I can take care of them. So at least it's not 1 hour. This trade ended up working, eh? Yeah, I wish I didn't see this low, but it's fine. We know now. Just risk the low that is obvious. So now this base, the low obvious risk below. Once we're risking the base itself, will be down here. So things like that. Things like that. So all good. Trade number one, trade number two worked, but we didn't. We're not the ones. We didn't take it, right? $1.
Slash tsunami. At the front of the shop where I work, there was this Japanese family collecting money for the tsunami appeal. There were a few generations there, so young kids and older people as well. Around lunchtime, I notice a drunk and what looks like a homeless man sitting on a wall watching them and drinking pea-cheap cider. After a while of seeing this family get money from the customers, I can only assume that this man got a bit jealous and walked over to the family who were collecting and started shouting at the lady leading the collection. Passersby started to notice, and a bit of a crowd formed with people trying to stop this man screaming at the Japanese folk who were collecting. I'm not sure what he was saying at this point, but at one point he decided to give them a tsunami of their own and whipped his dong out and started peeing over them and their small stall. Kids' parents and table as well as himself all got covered. Needless to say, he was arrested and hasn't been seen since. Story 33. I worked as a car salesman. It was late on a Saturday night. I was out front of the dealership with my customers and this bum walks up with a bag in his hand. He shows it to my customer's wife and she asks what it was. The husband and I were a few feet away and I could see the husband was agitated that this bum was talking
with
to his
that, we
wife.
can now take
So he
a
told the
next
bum, get the
trade
frick
if we
out of
have
here
one.
before I call the cops. The bum says, call him. We need him here
Let's
right
see
now. Look
pops
what I found.
up.
Comes up to my husband and opens up the bag for him to see. The husband's face went from anger to a look of horror, so naturally I asked, what is it? The bum reaches into the bag and pulls out a human freaking head. It was pretty rotted, but no doubt it was real. The bum sat it down on the front steps of the dealership. I called 911 right away. It took the cops over an hour to get there. My boss, who was from Vietnam, was on the phone when he came outside and noticed the head on the steps. He didn't even stop his conversation. He just stopped, looked at me, and pointed at his head as if to say, is that a head? I shook my head yes. He nudged it with his foot a couple of times, shrugged his shoulders, and walked off. Funniest crap I'd ever seen. He later told me he had seen much worse in his lifetime. First off, your boss sounds amazing, and I absolutely love his macabre, casual humor. What a champ. Second, get him on here to share some stories next time. Story 34. I'm a fireman and showed up to an infant in cardiac arrest. CPR was already being performed by her mother, who was an absolute emotional mess, but doing great CPR when I took over. I did CPR all the way to the hospital while paramedics worked on getting a line, etc., but the baby didn't make it. I don't like to think about it. Story 35. I work at a burn unit. One day I had to sort about 1,000 pictures of infants/toddlers with burns, most quite severe. I drank a lot when I had that job. I guess I drank a lot anyway, but definitely at that job. Story 36. When I worked at Chick-fil-A when I was 15, I had to wear the...
It's from the base here now, plus the base that was here before. So this is a very obvious low we can risk. So we'll put our stop loss there now. If we get a pullback and rejection, we'll take the trade, risking down there. Actually, we'll risk this low here. It's pretty obvious though, so it's riskable. It just depends on what it looks like on the pullback. If we get a pullback, or we could get a push upwards, rejection, and then we can take a short, or we could get a push upwards, not much rejection, pullback, and then we take a long. Well, if we pull back there, then we'll need a low to form. So if this breaks and continues up now, this will form a low here, and that's good.
The cow suit every Tuesday for Kids Day or whatever. Well, one day I was sitting around waving at the kids, dancing, when this little boy just decided to whip out his dong and start peeing all over me. So I just continued to dance while this little kid peed on me in front of a bunch of people. And another furry with a pee fetish was born. Story 37. I used to work for a toy company very well known for a particular doll. Anyway, there was a rush on to get some prototypes ready. I had just gone down to reception and was told to get up to the second floor as one of the designers had an accident. I was office manager and first aid and health and safety. So I go running up the stairs and the first person I see is the admin for the team and she is just pale and points to the bathroom. I realize after she is on the phone to emergency services. I walk to the bathroom and there is blood all over the floor and I have to walk through it to get to her sat there on the toilet seat. She had stabbed herself in the groin by accident cutting some plastic. The knife slipped. She had been cutting a blister pack at a workstation when it happened. I shouted for a chair and she kept saying, "No, I will get blood on it." I said, "Screw that." I stayed with her until the ambulance came, helping to stave off the bleeding, then followed her to the hospital. I got home that evening after being calm and collected throughout the whole incident, walked in, opened a bottle of wine, and drank from the bottle, pacing up and down. Did not realize it had hit me so hard till I got home. She was okay, off work for a couple of weeks. Apparently, she had just missed a major artery. Would have been pretty silly to be cutting plastic sitting on the toilet. There was blood in the women's bathroom at my work one day. I had to call the cleaning crew. Twice, they missed the back of the stall door. Thought someone was just disgusting. Later, I found out that one of the young employees had a miscarriage. Took me a few minutes to put it together that it happened at the office. Poor girl. It is such a weird mix of fear and calm dealing with bloody medical situations like that. I've been through a couple actually, and that stuff messes you up. There are weird little things that trigger the memories in me, and I just feel woozy every time. Story 38. Mobile phone store. Customer comes in with his wife and daughter and wants to sign up a plan that is supposedly for use by his church. The account is under a business name, which is the name of the church, and he is the account administrator. Off to the side, his daughter is looking at the display phones and tells her dad that she likes the white handset instead of the blue one, Samsung Galaxy S3. We've run out of stock for the 16GB white, so we have blue in both sizes and the white in 32GB only. The 32GB model is $5 a month more expensive than the 16GB. This guy's obviously signing up the number for his daughter since she insists he get the white one. So he gets the second highest plan we offer, because a 15-year-old girl needs to be on an unlimited plan. Gets the 32GB handset and adds insurance on top of that, which costs extra. The worst part is he bills everything under the church. We have a policy where the first 3 months have to be billed to a direct debit bank account or a credit card. He reluctantly gives his credit card info and confirms with me about 4 times that if he pays before the direct debit date via a different payment method, nothing will be taken from his card. Obviously, he doesn't want to pay out of his own pocket for his own daughter. So, part of any donations people make to the church goes to paying this guy's daughter's phone bill. I'm not a religious person, and I respect people who have religious beliefs, but how can you disrespect your own religion like that? I used to work in a movie theater, and one day I was walking down the main corridor when a guy came up to me asking for help. He had blood on his hand, so I went to get someone more important. We were right by the manager's office, and while waiting for the door to open, I looked back at him to see where the blood was coming from. His crotch. Turns out he was climbing over the seats in the theater, the seat dropped down, and he landed groin first on the top of the chair, on the thin, hard plastic back of the chair. An ambulance came and he got taken care of, and while I'm not sure if he went to the hospital, I was told he was all right. Luckily. Too long didn't read. Mr. Bloody Groin. Story 40. When I was in the Navy, I worked in nuclear power. We shut down and cooled down the power plant, and I was going in, along with 2 others, to do a routine inspection of some enclosures and stuff. We pop open this one enclosure, and my friend freaks the frick out. He's backing away, just gibbering. I rush over thinking something's terribly wrong to see what he had discovered, only to have my own similar oh crap, oh crap, oh crap response. There was a gigantic, maybe 2 to 3 inch across spider living inside the enclosure. That's bad enough, but that's not what freaked us out. Either because of the darkness in there, no light for months, or because of the radiation, which is my preferred reason, the spider was white and completely translucent. I'm not sure if it was alive or dead, I just got the F out. My friend and I bet/dared one another to go see if we could become Spider-Man. No one took the bet. The main body was 2 to 3 inches, with the leg span it would be more like 5 inches or so. I was so scared because the reactor compartment hadn't been opened in months. It looked alive, not all curled up. So that means it had survived for 3 months in a very hot, high radiation area with no food. At a glance, it seemed like a frightening mutant freak. There's no way it could have gotten in during that 3-month time period, so it's been there at least 3 months. It was almost more transparent than translucent. Not only could you have seen light through it, but you could see through it enough to make out some details. Again, this just screamed mutant to us. What we did with it, we turned it over to ELTs, engineering laboratory technicians, for the next shift to clean up. And by turning it over, I mean we informed them. We didn't want to take our chance of it bolting and escaping the reactor compartment. That would have created a serious problem because it was radioactive waste, and probably could be considered radioactive hazardous waste. Much, much worse. A massive cleanup effort. I never heard what happened next. Cool. Here I've spent years getting over my arachnophobia, and now I live in a world with half-invisible radioactive super spiders. I'm so happy to hear that! Story 41. I worked at Borders Books in Santa Monica a while back. One day the manager was checking the cameras from the previous weekend when she noticed that during the night a guy came in through the roof and walked around the store. The reason she even noticed the guy while looking at 5+ cameras is because his pants had fallen down while he was entering through the ceiling. All she could see on the camera was a naked guy climbing down from the ceiling. The guy had been coming into the store through the ceiling after hours getting newspapers and magazines and food from the cafe. Not only that, but he had been living in a cubbyhole in the store, like a place out back near the trash cans. It was like a little storage area Borders was not using. The guy had turned it into some kind of MacGyver-like homeless dude pad, complete with candles, paintings, and other accessories, all stolen from the store. It was well organized, and he had wine and everything. The place even smelled nice. It was bizarre. The guy was arrested, obviously, but the funny part is the guy's mom called the store's general manager and personally asked her if it would be all right for the guy to remain in his apartment in the store. Totally nutters. I never found out what happened to the guy, but it was a strange experience. Story 42. Mine is just utterly sad and horrible. Not weird, as in no giant translucid irradiate alien spider, or mildly funny, children pooping everywhere in public, just terribly wrong and sad. I was working in a summer camp as a kind of nurse, summer job where children would stay for periods of 17 days in the woods, having fun, learning stuff and all. And a little girl 9 to 10 came to me because she had something not normal down there. Escorted by a female counselor in an attempt to cover my butt and to reassure the poor girl, you can only imagine how comfortable I was as an adult male having to do this, we took a look, externally mind you, and it was an STI that went untreated for a bit of time. I asked if she had switched her bathing suit with a friend or if she ever had this kind of problem before. She said no. I asked if she had told her mother before coming to camp. Maybe I could have contacted the mother to get some infos, to know if she would have wanted to come get her, girl, etc. And then the dam broke. Her mother had passed away a couple of months before. I tried to comfort her, and after a while we asked her if her dad had known about it, and then she went silent, like completely silent. I somehow gained her confidence by talking to her, and after a couple of minutes she told me that Dad was very well aware of her condition, being the monster who transmitted the infection. He had also told her to not let anyone know about it, otherwise she wouldn't go to camp. Laws bind you, as an adult, to report this to the authorities, and that's what I did, but I somehow doubt she told the police and the social worker the truth. Never heard of her after that. She never returned to camp. That was revolting, sad, and I felt so powerless. I've met some children whom parents I would have liked to beat to death instantly. I've got some other stories, but this one is the worst by far. It sounds like you handled a very difficult situation in a professional and decent manner. You should feel good about that. Sometimes you can only do so much. Good for you for reporting it, and hope that it made a difference for that little girl. Story 43. I work as a mobile installer for a large...
Isn't that just terrific? Another man abusing his own daughter, right? How old was she?
In an attempt to cover my butt and to reassure the poor girl, you care. Were children terribly wrong and sad. Or mildly funny, children pooping everywhere in public, just terribly wrong and sad. I was working in a summer camp as a kind of nurse, summer job where children would stay for periods of 17 days in the woods, having fun, learning stuff and all. And a little girl 9 to 10 came to me because she had something...
10, bro.
And a little girl 9 to 10 came to me because she had something not normal down there. Escorted by a female counselor in an attempt to cover my butt and to reassure the poor girl, you can only imagine how comfortable I was as an adult male having to do this, we took a look, externally mind you, and it was an STI that went untreated for a bit of time. I asked if she had switched her bathing suit with a friend or if she ever had this kind of problem.
9 to 10, man. Are you that sex deprived from your wife passing away just a couple of months? Or was this even ongoing prior and your wife killed us? Like what? Man, when you just hear shit. This was posted 1 month ago, this video. Who knows how far back this story is? It could have been a story that happened last year.
Before. She said no. I asked if she had told her mother before coming to camp. Maybe I could have contacted the mother to get some infos to know if she would have wanted to come get her girl, etc. And then the dam broke. Her mother had passed away a couple of months before. I tried to comfort her, and after a while we asked her if her dad had known about it, and then she went silent, like completely silent. I somehow gained her confidence by talking to her, and after a couple of minutes she told me that Dad was very well aware of her condition, being the monster who transmitted the infection. He had also told her to not let anyone know about it, otherwise she wouldn't go to camp. Laws bind you, as an adult, to report this to the authorities, and that's what I did, but I somehow doubt she told the police and the social worker the truth. Never.
But like if he reported what she said and there was also the infection there, like even though the little girl doesn't want to say anything, there's no way. There's no way. I would assume there's no way the dad escapes this. But now it's the little girl alone, and the little girl having to go to child care, right? Child care. Do you know how many stories are coming out of there too, of the adults there molesting the kids? Then after she goes to childcare and they report that, where is she gonna go? Where? Even childcare, even priests. Where is safe? If you're gonna bring kids to this world, you are probably the only safety they have. So then, why can't you even just be a safe haven for your kids? Why? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just crazy, bro. See, I even missed a trade here. This was the zone. This was a good trade here. Risking down there. I'll put an order if I get filled. I was so focused on that story. Ideally, I wanted it to come down here though, but I understand that this was a zone, so technically it would hold this zone too. Even though I don't have it drawn, it's still there. So Maybe we'll get another entry. I won't even put a pending order. It's fine. Because one, we're not even sure if this trade really did close because it didn't go up there. So technically, if we're still in this trade, we'll still be in the one trade. Two, if we're gonna get him, might as well get a better entry. Like I get this is his zone. Maybe it comes down and rejects. Maybe it pulls back. Yeah, sure. Risking down there.
Never heard of her after that. She never returned to camp. That was revolting, sad, and I felt so powerless. I met some children whom
Powerless.
parents I would have
That right there. That right there. That feeling of being powerless. Horrible feeling. Horrible feeling. For me, at least, I put myself in that situation. Just imagine, bro, to feel, man, it's just powerless, bro. Absolutely powerless. Think you're safe until you're not anymore in it.
sad, and I felt so powerless. I met some children whom parents I would have liked to beat to death instantly. I've got some other stories, but this one is the worst by far. It sounds like you handled a very difficult situation in a professional and decent manner. You should feel good about that. Sometimes you can only do so much. Good for you for reporting it, and hope that it made a difference for that little girl. Story 43. I work as a mobile installer for a large electronics chain for a couple of years. I saw it all in people's cars. Corn cob, used condoms, rotted food, drugs, hundreds of dollars in change thought to be lost, you name it, and I probably found it. I was filling in for another installer at one of our more urban locations and was told to not be surprised by anything I see. If it looks stolen, it probably is, so don't install it, or if you find X, act like you saw nothing, or you may end up getting shot or beaten when you leave work. So I got a few small installs done, and the other guy working with me got ready to do a huge job. Deck, amp, subs, capacitors, speaker, DVD headrest, the whole lot. Customer arrives in his pimped out Caprice and more gold on him than El Dorado. We do our paperwork, estimate, and walk around and start doing our condition check of the interior, and we both notice a skunky smell. Herb. Not a big deal, we encountered it once a week or so. We just don't know the smell's origin. We begin dismantling the interior panels to run our wires for the amp, and this includes pulling up the rear seat. After getting the rear seat off, we find 2 bundles of herbs under a little trap door. We laugh it off and continue on our install. While we're trying to find a good ground point for the amp in the trunk, we find another false compartment. Behind the A-pillar of the car, we found more baggies of herb and M. Behind the dashboard, there was more bundles of herb and coke. Behind the glove compartment was a Glock without a serial number. The gun peed me off because I knew it was stolen and knew it was probably used for some very less than legal things. Being a responsible gun owner, it peed me off. What really finally got us both to stop, inform our manager, and call the police was when we installed the DVD player. We were told that it was out of this old truck and might have a DVD in it. No problem, we power it up, eject the DVD before installing, and install it. We put the DVD back in to check functionality. It was a burnt bootleg DVD, whatever. I own bootleg. We get to the DVD to play it, and it was some fairly hardcore, what we presumed teenage adult entertainment. We shut it off and went to tell the manager to call the cops. We get the customer back in, and he pays for everything and just tell him it will be a few more minutes. He checks out our work, gets all excited, and says he is going out to smoke. Just as he walks outside, the city cops arrive and pounce on him to catch a predator style. The most freaked up part is he did not deny the CP DVD, but the pounds of drugs and guns he had hidden. Under guidance from his lawyer, he eventually took a plea deal and is in jail for something like 20 years with a lifetime of being on a diddler's list once he gets out. Too long didn't read, installed bumps in a guy's trunk, found drugs, guns, and CP. Sick prick denied the drugs and guns, but not the P. Now he sits in a nice state prison. Story 44. I worked on a fishing boat, enough said, but if you want
Commit atrocious crimes, you just get a little time. 20 years. It's not that much. It's enough. 20 years, it's all good. 20 years. Freaking hell.
specifics,
Kill these people. Death. Nothing but death. Torture before death. I don't know, man. That's definitely what I want to say. That's definitely how I feel, to be honest. But I also am aware that
I saw
it may not be the correct solution. But I'm also aware that the time they give for these people, I don't think it's correct either. Maybe just put them in prison without ever having they should never be able to come out. Never. Maybe they will be able to come out if proven innocent. So if they're if someone if they have their lawyer or whatever working behind the scenes to try and prove the case innocent after they've been locked up, that's fine. But otherwise, just let them stay in jail. Like someone that was caught and did not deny the CP, jail till death. What the hell is 20 years? 20 years for CP? 20 years is all you guys want to give? That's a crime punishable by death. And it's 20 years? 20 years equivalent to death now? Come on.
a guy die, and I saw a guy jacking off with a fish stomach. Story 45. I work at a nice restaurant, and this lady brought a 3-year-old. When he ran out of the milk he was given by us, she took out her boob, sucked her boob, and spit the milk into the glass. What? No, I'm very pro breastfeeding in public, but no. Story 46. I worked as a gardener for a small business last summer. We had to work for an
That's
elderly
nasty,
lady
though.
who was about 65 years old. So one morning we started to work in her garden, and I had to go inside to ask something. But as I entered the living room, I saw the old lady masturbating with a big butt black corn cob I've ever seen. Must have been about 15 inches. I noped the heck out of there and went back outside, shocked by what I just saw. About 10 minutes later, the lady walked outside, not knowing that I saw it and looking really happy. She asked me why I was so pale, thanks to the shock, and I muttered something about being a little sick. We had to keep working there for a couple more days, but I never did set foot in that house again. When something needed to be asked, I always let someone else do it. Too long didn't read, elderly lady masturbating with a big black corn cob, and she never knew I saw it. She knew you saw it. She wanted you to see it. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe.
There's not much volume to the cells right now. Not much volume to the cells. But to be fair, on this move up, there wasn't much volume to the buys compared to the sales that happened right before. So I'm saying right here, these moves up here, it wasn't much volume compared to these. But it doesn't matter because compared to these and these, right? But it doesn't matter because it broke through this candle especially. So this one may be a cinch. I want to see a rejection and pullback before we take a trade. Otherwise, we'll just assume we're not out of this trade yet because it didn't really hit the high, right? So we'll assume we're not out of this trade yet, and maybe we'll just hold the trade for break even.
How bad was your roommate? Story 1. Was settling into my first real job and moved into a 3-bedroom house with a couple others. Didn't know them that well, but thought they were okay and it was cheap, so, whatever. I had a well-paying job for a 21-year-old, so I thought it would be cool to cover some expenses on my own. I paid for the internet/cable, which was not a ton, but I thought it would be nice. Anyway, I have one roommate who doesn't work, sits around. How bad was your roommate? Story 1.
I thought I was subscribed to this guy. Yeah, subscribed. What the hell?
Was settling into my first real job and moved into a 3-bedroom house with a couple others. Didn't know them that well, but thought they were okay and it was cheap, so, whatever. I had a well-paying job for a 21-year-old, so I thought it would be cool to cover some expenses on my own. I paid for the internet/cable, which was not a ton, but I thought it would be nice. Anyway, I have one roommate who doesn't work, sits around all day watching Netflix on my Xbox. Watched it so much that he overheated the thing and the Xbox died. Then he borrowed another Xbox from a friend of his, didn't tell me mine had died, then killed his friend's Xbox as well. On top of that, he was disgusting. His girlfriend was always over wearing a cutoff t-shirt, letting her underarm Forrest get some fresh air. They'd frick all the time and leave condoms all over our shared bathroom. Dude would never clean anything, and I refused to do it. The result was a bathroom turned black and me taking daily trips to my parents to shower. Also, and I don't have a problem with people that take advantages of these programs responsibly, but this guy was on food stamps and housing assistance. He wasn't even looking for work. My living experience with him made me give some credit to Republicans. Remembered, roommates were in bands. Band practiced all the fricking time. Wednesday night at 11:30. You need to work tomorrow? Oh, well, we have a gig that was planned 2 months ago that we haven't rehearsed for. Frick that. Then sometimes they would be on the road for a show or whatever, and some other band would be practicing in the freaking living room because my roommate gave out more keys than he did STDs. The more I think about that guy, the more I can't believe I didn't stab his freaking eyes out. You should have called me. There are a lot of elements to this story that make me feel sorry for the OP, but the filthiness is the one that gets me. One of my first roommates never cleaned, but insisted he would. After a week of saying he would do the dishes, I finally came home to the kitchen slowly flooding while he was passed out in the living room with multiple open pizza boxes around him. Story 2. Would let dirty dishes pile up in the kitchen, but here's the punchline. When I finally had enough of them and decided to do them myself, I found multiple used condoms between the layers of dishes. Tourette syndrome. Easily the ugliest human being I had ever seen, but would regularly bring home girls that were easily out of my league. It was like watching the Elephant Man shack up with Mila Kunis. Totally depressing, and I still to this day have no idea how he did it. Crashed a party I was throwing for a bunch of foreign exchange students. Saw 2 hot French girls sitting on the floor kissing each other and promptly ran upstairs, only to return shortly thereafter wearing nothing but sweatpants and a string of condoms as a loincloth. Pelvic thrusts were made, beer was thrown, everything ended in tears. Oh my god, I just realized all those women he was bringing home were hookers. This is 10 years later. Jesus effing Christ. Turns out they were in your league. Story 3. The worst roommate I had was sophomore year of college. He was randomly assigned after I had been given a double with no roommate. At first he seemed fine, but it got worse and creepier throughout the year. The first problem was that he was afraid of showering in our suite shower. He would wait.
So right here we had this rejection. Not much volume to it though. There's not much volume to these rejections. And then we had this, and then there's this rejection here. This one was what really, should I take this trade? But it's not enough. I don't know, there's not much volume to it. Given the fact that this had a lot of volume. Okay, now this is coming in with volume. So I'm shouting no volume, Abi. That's what it's it's coming with volume now. Okay, so this is good. Well, yeah, this was the kind of that like, should I take this trade risking up there? This kind of right here. This trade risking up there. Because it's in the zone, it's rejecting, and it's right in this candle. So it was not gonna be a bad trade. But it's like it's holding this low rejection there. I don't know. Ideally, I would like to see it break the low, but then something like this could happen, right? So it had a low here, came, held the low, and continued. Something like that could happen. I don't know if I made the right choice not taking this trade. If I just got in here, I'd have been safe, and I don't really think whether I want to take a trade or not. So something like this. Something like this. Risking down here. About 10.05. Probably looking for, somewhere here. Just above high of day. I want to see, I wanted to see it drop a little bit, but nice, it broke below. So now I want to see it hold. Okay, nice. Whoever took this trade here, someone took this trade here. Not a bad idea at all. 70. Looking for 140, but I am more interested in. 'Cause I don't see the short really. I'm more interested in. It's come down to this point now. I want to see rejection, and I want to take this trade, risking down here. That's what I'm interested in. So let's see how this
Until
goes.
he went home on the weekends to shower. Couple this with the fact that he wasn't the smallest person and that he wore the same black sweatpants and black sweatshirt every day, and you can see why this would be a problem. The same thing with shoes and no socks, which he stored in the common living room beneath the couch. The second problem developed about halfway through the semester. He wore a black robe in the morning while he was getting ready for class. When he went to pee, he would drape the robe off of himself onto the floor and then pee. This resulted in pee splatter combined with whatever was already on the floor all over his robe. Again, coupled with the lack of washing the robe received, you can see why this would be an issue. As if the pee-soaked, sweat-covered stench of clothing was not enough, the third problem developed near the end of the semester. I had recently started seeing a suite mate's friend, and she routinely stayed over with me when I could get her to overlook the smell. On no less than 3 separate occasions, I woke up to find him standing in the middle of the room, staring at us and breathing heavily. It took until the third incident before the RA, who was also my suite mate, called for an intervention for the person's hygiene and overall creepiness of masturbating to my girlfriend and I sleeping. Needless to say, he was placed into another suite the next semester, and I once again had the room to myself. Shudder. I know sometimes people struggle with body odor, but wearing the same clothes and not showering all week is pretty clearly a lack of effort kind of thing. I know you can be more relaxed in your own living space, but come on, folks, respect the noses of your roommates. Also, don't be creepy. Story 4. My first roommate in college, not first roommate ever, was a poultry science major from West Virginia. I was a comp-sci business admin dual major. The first night I brought my boyfriend around, we curled up on the couch to watch TV. The first word out of her mouth when we walked in were, "What the frick is this N doing in our room?" Wow, not too often a roommate lets you know they are a truly deplorable human being that fast, from 0 to racist in 3 seconds flat. Story 5. I had a roommate who would leave enema packages on the bathroom sink that we shared, and the used enemas just sitting on the very top of the trash can. Not only that, but he decided he also never...
Let's prepare for this trade that's about to occur. So I'm thinking, do I risk here, 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 here? It is obvious. I'm going to risk the obvious one. We're risking the obvious one. It's obvious, it's obvious, it's obvious, it's obvious, it's obvious, it's obvious. We're in, risking down here, in long, whatever. So it's something like this. We're down this trade. Something like this. We're in down here, about here. Right. Risking long, risking down here. Our actual thing is 85 points. So 85 times 2. Let's just give it 180. Even though that's 90 times 2. So 85 points. Right there. We're going around here, so we're looking for 2. So about here. That's our trade. Obvious laws, baby. Boom, boom. If price had come all the way down here, I won't risk this low. I'll risk this low. But yeah. Baby. This trade here was like, you know, even though you took this trade and we're risking here, you're still fine. It's just, you know, do you really want to take that trade? You know, it's bro, I'm having a whole episode right now. Yeah. So, yeah. So we had this rejection. We had this candle, really good candle, and then on this, it's not a bad idea to take a trade here. It'll look something like this. It looks something like this, right? It'll have been like this. You'll be risking down there about 10, 5, probably exact same point, so 11 probably, and you will go 2 hour all the way up there, right? That's the difference, and you still be fine. You're still in profit right now, so stop stressing. If I had held this, I'd have probably, if I had not already taken profit, that's what I'm thinking. I probably would have taken profit here, but if I'm not already taking profit, I could have held. I could have held break even. Oh damn, this thing really went up from my entry. Good thing I entered there, and good thing I risked the obvious low, eh? Let's hope it doesn't turn around, like God forbid, you know. Anyhow.
Once needed to flush the toilet. I wish I was making this up. My roommate borrowed my car for 8 months. It was supposed to be 2 months, but she never saved for her own car. If I took my car back, she said she'd lose her job and run. My roommate borrowed my car for
6.
8 months.
Well,
he decided he also never was sitting on the very top of the trash can that we shared. And the used enemas just a racist in 3 seconds. Truly deplorable human room. Wow! When we walked in, were what the frick is to watch TV in dual major. The first night I brought her from West Virginia. I was a comp sci business admin dual major. The first night I brought my boyfriend around, we curled up on the couch to watch TV. The first word out of her mouth when we walked in were, "What the frick is this N doing in our room?" Wow! Not too often a roommate lets you know they are a truly deplorable human being that fast. From 0 to racist in 3 seconds flat. Story 5. I had a roommate who would leave enema packages on the bathroom sink that we shared, and the used enemas just sitting on the very top of the trash can. Not only that, but he decided he also never once needed to flush the toilet. I wish I was making this up.
Damn.
My roommate borrowed my car for 8 months.
Damn.
It was supposed to be 2 months, but she never saved for her own car. If I took my car back, she said she'd lose her job and run out on the lease and possibly lose custody of her kid, leaving me with $1,100 a month. I still haven't gotten my car back because it was impounded when she was arrested for coke possession while driving my car to work, apparently her boyfriend's house. She spent the weekend in jail. I spent the weekend watching her kid, wondering what the heck happened. Because my car is evidence, I'm not getting it back and may be charged for its towing/disposal. She, of course, lost her job after that and is now sitting at home smoking pot and not doing a dang thing. We also have roaches because she doesn't do her dishes. I can't wait for this lease to be up. You can get out of your lease now. If you describe what happened to your landlord, they can't legally hold you on the lease with a person who is a danger to you. Story 7. When I was 19, I moved out of my parents' house with my 18-year-old girlfriend. Long story short, her sister gets kicked out of her house and moves in with us. The sister has a boyfriend who lives 45 minutes away, so when he was in town, he stayed with her, us. Eventually, he was there all the time. I break up with my girl and she moves out. Soon after, her sister breaks up with the other guy and the sister moves out. So this dude just sorta ended up being my roommate. He didn't have a car or a job and told me that everyone was getting evicted out of the house he lived in that was 45 minutes away. He kinda hung out with my friends and I, so I figured he could stay till he figured something out. I got him a job where I worked. He came with me to work for the first time or so, but then after that he basically quit. He has literally no money, so he's eating my food while I'm at work. He can't pay to do his laundry, so he's stealing my dirty socks and underwear out of my bedroom after his got too nasty. After nearly a month, I told him he had to go. After he moved, I went into the bathroom he stayed in, and it smelled like a homeless person took a crap on the floor. He had smeared deodorant on the walls to try and mask the smell. There were dirty socks on the floor that were so yellow and crusty, and they could stand up by themselves. The sad part is that he had 2 different girls in there after his girl dumped him. There are so many gross parts to this story, but him borrowing your dirty socks and underwear might be the part that broke me. I can't. I hate that so much. Story 8. Too long didn't read. One roommate was a hooker that brought clients home, another was a crazed Mormon that used her own crap for art, and the last was an unhygienic, lazy Vietnamese girl. It may be a little late for this to get noticed, but my freshman year before I transferred, it wasn't one roommate, it was all of them. I lived in an apartment style with 3 others, 2 bedrooms with 2 roommates each. I'll start off with the other bedroom. One of them was straight from Vietnam and the other was a hardcore Mormon. Let's start with the Mormon. Although relatively sane but highly religiously judgmental, she was an art major. Her projects were always a little off the wall, from vermin, and he used Kleenex. One fateful day, a very nice, warm, early spring day, I decided to study out on our mini balcony. Lo and behold, there is a plate piled with crap. No joke, it was her crap. She crap on a plate and left it on the balcony to dry off to use in one of her projects. The one from Vietnam did similar to what you describe, except she'd throw her crap-stained / blood-drenched TP in the trash can. You can imagine the smell. However, the worst thing that she did was use one of my face washcloths to wipe. Yes, wiping after she used the bathroom. I go to grab my washcloth and I could see a weird residue as well as an awful fetid V smell. Yeah, she used my washcloth because the TP roll was out and she didn't want to squeeze it in while traveling the short distance of 3 feet to grab some more out of the cabinet. I saved the best for last, my very own roommate. First night after move-in, everyone is getting ready to go to some party. I found out she is a dominatrix. I thought, weird, okay, shouldn't be too bad. As time went on, however, crap did, in fact, get very weird. She would bring clients home and lock me out of the bedroom. Reason for this is that after her sessions, she would sleep with them for a bonus, making her a hooker. There were several times where she'd steal my pillows to use as leverage for her clients because her bed wasn't firm enough. She'd use kitchen tools as adult toys when the rest of us weren't at home, and I kid you not, no surface was left unfricked. She would often admit these things to us while drinking because, seriously guys, it's just fricking. You all have twats, so you should be used to it. The last straw came when she brought one of her Cleveland clients home. She recommended that I should go down the hall. Long story short, took a dump on his chest, wiped it off with one of my towels, and fricked him afterwards using one of my pillows. I transferred. Have never spoken to them again. This sounds like maybe the worst 90s sitcom premise I've ever heard. OP was an ordinary girl going to college, but her roommates were the absolute crappiest she could have asked for, literally. Friday nights, it's OP and the Scat Mates. Story 9. I had a roommate that was too lazy to get...
Bruh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Damn. It's all girls too, eh? Crazy, bro. Don't even know what to say. I'm an advocate for men doing their job. I don't know what to say to the women. I would say if the men did their job right, the woman shouldn't turn out like that, innit? Give me a second, boys. I gotta go throw away some stuff. Go to the washroom real quick.
toilet paper out of the hall closet, so he just proceeded to wipe his butt on the shower curtain for a few weeks. Which one? The one who quit his main source of income with no plan on replacing his job and to this day still owes me $3,000 in back rent? The one who acted like a jealous spouse anytime I hung out with my girlfriend or any other friends? I literally came home one night to him, cross-armed on the couch, angrily watching TV, and when I walked up, he said, "And where have you been all night?" No joke. The one who became a Jehovah's Witness and would constantly trying to preach to me. It was that or he'd get crap-faced and try to fight me. The one who insisted on having his ferrets there at the house. However, he was rarely home and the cage would go weeks without being cleaned. And as anyone who has been in a house with ferrets will tell you, the smell is only slightly more pleasing than a burnt corpse. I was woken up at 5:30 a.m. one morning to find my flat being raided by the police and my roommate being arrested. Turns out he was a pedophile. Ding, ding, ding! Tell him what he's won, Johnny! Well, we knew it was going to be one of these stories. Only took 11 of them. Story 12. In my senior year, I made the mistake of agreeing to room with two farmer D-heads. They partied literally every night. My third roommate, good friend of mine, bailed after a couple weeks of living with them to be an RA because he couldn't take waking up in the morning to an absolutely trashed apartment. They liked to make bacon every single morning. Every day that I went to class, I absolutely reeked of it. That might sound cool, but it gets old fast, trust me. My best story? They like to do the power hour. 60 shots of beer in 60 minutes. They tried it once with whiskey, at 10 in the morning. I came home from class and the oven glass was shattered and they were passed out on the living room floor. Apparently they got through 34 minutes, got into a fight, and one of them put the other one's head through the oven. Good times. I live with 4 other guys. All of them are allergic to housework of any kind. Pots and pans sit for weeks on end in the kitchen, despite the fact that we have a dishwasher. When I do a load of dishes, they are immediately used up by my lazy butt roommates, who of course fail to reload the washer. Garbage bags do not go in the garbage. They sit in the common area, attracting masses of black flies on the floor until I freak out enough to get them moved to the garage. They sit in there until I take out the garbage. One roommate has a mom who comes by once every few months and attempts to put a dent in the mess that is our house. This poor woman scrapes the crust off our kitchen counters, unclogs the sinks, only for it all to return to the unhygienic entropy that classifies our house in the space of 3 days. The downstairs toilet has been plugged for 6 months. The guilty party is too lazy to do anything about it, and no one else gives a crap. Too long didn't read. I used to think myself a tolerant person until I found the exact quantity of spoiled food, splitting garbage bags, and mold it turned to took me into a simmering bowl of rage with a quadruple homicide in my near future. Story 14. I lived with my roommate for a year. First of all, he lost his toothbrush about 4 months ago and since then had been using bottles of Listerine alone to wash out his mouth, which still was freaking disgusting. He also biked everywhere and would come home smelling like a construction worker, and then he would lay on my couch or even my freaking bed until he finally, if he did that night, showered. His clothes never got washed until he was completely out of them and would sit piled up in the corner of his room and some by his desk in the living room, including underwear. He washed his socks in the bathtub with our shampoo and hung them up to dry on the rail. He'd leave those mildew-ridden articles there until they were crusty, and he also left the black, literally black, bathwater he had washed them in sitting in the tub until I emptied it so I could freaking shower. And that water smelled like foul BO. Next, he never did dishes and left them sitting around the house. He lost a few of my dishes despite me telling him not to use them many times. He also cooked bacon constantly in a pan and never washed it out. It would sit there, and the one time I did clean it for him, he yelled at me and said he hadn't been washing it so it could build up the aroma. He also cooked eggs and chicken in it, which crusted all over the stove. He rarely, very fricking rarely, helped pay for things like toilet paper and paper towels. If we were out, even things like light bulbs or dish soap, he would say, "I'm not buying it because my tolerance is higher and I can go longer in the conditions than you." He also never bought soap or shampoo and used mine. He never vacuumed, mopped, did dishes, or wanted to take out trash. "That's a job for women," he had said. I am female. I want to punch the bastard. Wow, here I thought the guy was just a lazy, inconsiderate piece of trash, but I guess why not throw sexist on top of the smelly, rotten pile of garbage that is that roommate? Also, I feel like I'm getting anxiety just reading about how filthy some of these people are. Story 15. I once lived with a roommate who liked potato pancakes.
I've been thinking, I'm like, what if I could take trades, but like again, since I'm reaching 25% per trade, I can't be joking around with. But like, what if the idea I came up with that day, right? So I got in here. Let's say I got in here. Let's say I started risking 10% of my account. Let's say it was 5% of my account, 5% risking here, and then pull back down, and I get in here 5%. Now I'm risking down here, and now it's pull back down since the entry is lower. And when I get in here the 5%, I'll close this one up here for profit, right? And then pull back down. Since the entry is lower, I'll just let it go. Same thing here. I got in here, right? Let's say I got in here as the market's about to close and then pull back down again again another 10%, risking the same point, right? Risking the same point. So I was risking down here at first, and then most likely I'll be risking since I'm getting in here now, I'll be risking here, right? So it'll be getting in here, risking here now. So about 90, looking for 180. You still get it at 180. So I'll be getting in here, and then once this candle closes or once this candle comes up here, I'll get out for a profit on the first 5%, and then I'll be waiting for the other one to take your 2 hour. And yeah, things like that. Be interesting, right? Then here, getting here, waiting for your 10%, but then this happens. Oh, ew, I'm not gonna get in, right? Because it's disgusting. And then it happens. Stuff like that. Or maybe it's just we take the first trade, so getting here 5%, getting here 5%, now we're risking 10%. We get both. We get both for 10%. And then all we're getting here, here, getting here actually is not bad. So now we can take more risk, right? So getting here 5%, getting here. But this one's not lower, this one's higher. So actually first time I'll be in here, just 5%, risking down there or down there. And then when this candle happens, we won't get in, right? And then when this next candle happens, okay, we can add the next 5%. And then on that, we'll not be risking just down there, probably 100, looking for 200, right? And that didn't really work, but we'll still be in those two trades. This one would have almost worked or worked. We'd have closed one of the trades up here for sure if we had two trades, and then holding the other one. And then while we're holding the other one, then this happens, right? Let's say we held through and then this closes trade one day, and then this happens. Take one trade here, risking here, right? And now we're in that trade right now. But again, we're trading 25%, so we can only take one trade at a time because 25% is how we're gonna get to that 1 mil. On a day like this, so there was no risk. The risk was all the way down here, so we waited, came up here, got in here, risking four below 5%. Added here another 5% to get 20% profit. Probably even hold the other 5%. Who knows? Okay, that's okay. Not too bad. And then when it's one trade, you only be risking 5%. And then this happens, and then this happens. You get in here, no, you won't get in. And you get in here risking 5%, and it's popped back down. You get in again risking 5%. Probably risk down here or down on this doji, and then that should have worked. So right here, or you probably won't take this trade. Maybe right here risking down here 175. Looking for 350. Didn't quite work, but it was okay. But you can add your second one there though, right there risking down there still. What about the ones that are just one and they just pop? Then well, those ones you would only make 10%, right? Say this one, 725, 730. Get in, risking 5%. Clear low, right below the zone. Probably risk down there, right? Risk right below the zone. Yeah, right. Just that doji there, 5%, and that would only give you 5%, so it's only 10%, right? It didn't console, it didn't give you another entry, and then that happens, and then you get in on this one again. No, not on this kind. On this kind, risking 5% down there. You hold, and then you probably add here, risking 5% down there. So it'll be something like this. Risking 5%, 100, looking for 200. Didn't quite get 200, pulls back down. At this point, probably break even. So you probably break even here. And then this happens, you're getting 5%, risking down there or down there. And then this pops up, and you won't add here. Doesn't make sense to add. A lot of them give you two entries, eh? So let's say your zone is here, getting short at 750. So 730 pop down. So now you're getting short there probably. Nah, we don't take those trades. Getting short here, risking 5%. And then when this happens, you're getting again risking that 5%, probably risking the same point. And then you hold those. So it would have been this one here, risking up there. 130, looking for 260. Didn't quite get it 260 though. It was here. 130, looking for 260. Oh, you got it down here. Because if you break even, I never came to break even. And then for this one, you would have gotten this trade here. 90, looking for 180 down here. Then you're holding these trades. And then this pops up. Pops back up to this supply here. You add another, because you're in this trend here, you add this, probably risking up here, honestly. But obvious low is up here, so you just risk up here, obvious low. Obvious high rather. 70, looking for 140. And then when you pulse back, so you get in the trade, pulse back up again, you add here. With the rejection, you add here, probably risking again here, 90. Looking for 180. You don't get the 180 though. Stops you at break even. But you get two trades. One, you have 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5. So that's 20%. That's 10, 10, 10. So that's 30%. And then one break even. Then something like this, getting here, risking here, 5%. You only get 5%. Getting here, risking here, 5%. You only get 5%. Getting now, you can get in here. Probably you still be risking down here, and then when it pulls back down with this rejection, you add your next 5%, risking there again. You get your 2 hour on one, and then when this pulls down here, this is still what's it called? This is in the losses and profit. You don't add anything here. You just watch and then you get your 5%. This one takes profit, and this one is still break even. So you probably won't be able to take a short, but ideally you'd want to take a short here. So you probably close when you get this. You probably have to close all of this then, or you just let it go. Then you can now, when this happens, take another 5% risk in here. So now this will close, and this probably won't close though. This probably won't close. It'll be 100, about 200. Yeah, it probably won't close. That'd be nice to have this trade though. Actually, with the volume, nah, you just watch it and then pause back down. You add your next trade, you get that, and then there would have been Still this trade holding, pulls back down, holds here, and then breaks. On this break, it's like that break there is like it's broken this supply. It's looking really bearish, you know. So you could take that risking up there, 5%, looking for 180. Yeah, 180, and that would have been your last trade. Not bad at all, yo. Not bad at all. Right now, price action is still stepping down. Oh, I thought this was our main day. It's not. Right now, price action is still stepping down. What I was trying to say here. Says going down, lower highs. But we're not going to close the trade though. We'll still hold. It's the only trade we're holding, anyways. Yeah, let's keep looking at this. So let's say we're doing 12.5% today now. 12.5, 12.5, cutting out 20%. On this one though, like I said, we'll be risking lower. So next August low would have been down there, which still worked. So we get 50% up there, and then on this one 12.5% is probably all we'll take because this would have been one entry, and next entry was not good. Debating. I doubt I'll take this entry. This entry is not. It's too high. I wanted a second pullback before taking an entry. So we have 12.5% here. We should have gotten our 25%, and then probably take 12.5% here, and then take 12.5% here, risking down there, right? And so now this one is, what's it called? It's a little iffy, right? This one is a little iffy. This one here is a little iffy, while this one is holding. So maybe on this next one, yeah, we can't take a third one though. That's not right. 'Cause a lot of the times we don't get those extra entries, right? So we had this base here, we get 12.5%, nothing. Oh, 12.5% adding here, risking up there. Okay, that makes sense. Adding here, risking up there. That one didn't work though. And then we got our rejection. So now we'll be able to take this one 12.5% and add in there. It's about the same place. Let's just stick to our 25% for now, taking just the 1-1 trades. And when we make a lot more money, we can now take probably even risking 1% of 100K is a lot of money, right? So now we can just play around with the trades. Close them early, close them late, whatever. With 1% we can even hedge too, right? So we can have two trades. If we're unsure, let's say we're unsure here, right? So let's say we had a long here. We knew that this candle meant something. We also knew, so we add a long there. But we also know that with this rejection, now we can add a short, risking up there, risking up there, right? And then we get that. We can now close the short down there because this candle is good. Take another long, and then watching. We'll hold this, and then when this happens again, that's not good. So we'll probably take another long here, and that long here, waiting and watching. Interesting. We're not just going to be trading like that though. It's just for this particular place. Like for here now, we have taken a long here, added another long here, probably added another long on the breakout, close the other two, watching. Probably definitely not taking any shorts here. Maybe even added a long here, risking down there probably. It's just that about it. Maybe I added a long here, risking down there, and that won't have worked. Stop me out, and then watching. There's no opportunity. Where there's no opportunity, there's no opportunity. You can't force it, regardless of what you're risking. And then here, maybe I added long there, risking, the low here, risking down there. That would give us profit. This candle is pretty good. I probably won't take a shot because of the prior candle, right? Because of the prior candle. So maybe, or even if I took a shot down here, risking maybe up here. The thing, don't know where to risk here. So maybe take a shot down here, risking just right above it. I don't know. Put it as break even. Definitely not adding any longs. But now here we can add 1%. And then on this candle probably we can add another 1%, risking down there. This candle is good but not good enough. That's why this one I doubt will take the short. We'll just be holding the 1% that we took down here. Probably add another 1% down here. Close some stuff up here maybe. Watching. Not sure. I doubt here short, but sure we could always risk up there. Nah, I doubt take a short there. Probably here. But definitely add a long here. Risking down there. Take a short there. Risking up there. Take a long here, risking down there. Mm-hmm. 1% risking down there. Take one of them up here. Hold the other probably. Add one here and then lose that one and close the other. or 1%, 1%, 1%, so that's 3. So we close this one here for sure. Close this one here. Maybe hold one, this one maybe hold this one, close this two, hold this one, add this one, close both down there. Watching, getting 1% there, and that 1% there, adding here, watching, probably adding again there, skin down there, watching, adding again there, skin down there. Definitely looking to close some up here, closing like 2 or 3 up there. This one probably be double by then. I mean, when we're trading 1% seems interesting, but with 25% you gotta be calm and take your 1-1 trades. Risking 1%, it takes about like 30 something trades to 10x your account, right? And 1.02. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 80, 81, bro, 90, 100, 120, 130, 140, 150. 150 trades probably before you could take next your account, bro. Risking 1%. Hallelujah. God forbid. I don't have that time. 150 trades before you can 10x your account risking 1%. And that's if you won 150 trades in a row. But then again, so if you're risking 1%, you can probably have, 1 trade there, 1 trade there, 1 trade there. So that's 3% on this account, on this risk right now. You probably lose 3% in 1 trade. Or you could make 6% on that 1 trade. And then probably risking 1% here, adding that 1% there, lose both, that's 2% lost. And then coming back here, pulls back, take on that 1% there, adding that 1, I'll take on that 1% here, maybe here, adding that 1% here, adding that 1% here, that's 3%, adding that 1% here, that's 4%, watching, adding that 1% here, that's 5%. Probably take a couple here. Probably take like 1 or 2 off there. Take another one off there. Probably this one. Take it off there. Add on that 1% down here. Probably take a 1% trade short here. I mean, you get a lot of trades if you're risking 1%. You're more. You can take more risk and stuff. You can trade the consolidation more. I mean, short risking up there. You get your trade. Get long again. Get short up there. Risking up there. Get long again up here. Risking down here. Get a trade. Get short again. Risking up here. You get a trade. Get long again, risking down there. So now you have 2 longs that haven't taken any profit, but you've got 2 shorts that took profit. And then, because you leave a 2 hour, right? So if you got in here, risking up here, 30 looking for 60. You get way more than 60. And when that close, you get out 60. And then get in here again. By risking, but basically 30. Again, you get out 60. Add on that long here, and this is the long that's happening right now. So you don't do anything here, you're just watching. And with this, maybe add on that long here, risking down here. Long here, risking down here. So now you're in 1, 2, 3 longs. So with these ones, you're like, let's say you got in here, risking down here. So that's 90, looking for 180. You didn't quite get your 180 on this. But then you also added here, risking down there, about 90, looking for that 180. You get 180 on that. You get a 2 hour. You get this one, you don't get a 2 hour. You add here, risking down here. You also don't get a 2 hour. It's about 105, looking for 200 plus. You don't get a 2 hour on that. And then you add here. Then you lose a couple trades here. You add this and this, and you lose this 1 or 2 probably. Or you could let you wait. So 1, give it a breakout for 2, whatever. So maybe you lose 2% here, and you make 2% here, and you break even 2%. That's fine. That's that, and then you're waiting. I knew not to take a short here. I wanted to pull back more. And then there was this rejection. You're taking this, risking up there, but that's your next risk. So you just gotta wait, because if your risk is not here, you gotta wait. So you wait. This happens. Nice. This happens. Take a long, risking down there. Adding another long, risking low of day. Adding another long as it came lower, risking, same other place. And then this happens short. Probably it is not short here. You wait. This happens again. You take it long here, risking low of day again. So now you're in 1, 2, 3, 4 trades, 4%. And then this happens, pulls back. This happens. You have taken that long here, risking down there. Now you're in 5 trades, 5%. This one you take a profit up here for sure. Maybe this one you take a profit up here for sure, somewhere up here probably. And then this one you take a, I don't think you get profit there. So you're risking 105. So you leave a 200 or something. So you're still holding this one. Still holding this one. Or maybe when you get to this point, you just take out this one, take out this one, take out this one. You leave this one and you leave this one. Because those ones are the ones that have the lowest risk, and so they can give you the most profit, right? Because now this one down here will be up. So let's say you're risking 50, you'll be up about 4% right now on that. Up here, you'll be up 4% too. And you probably take a short here, risking down here. Get your one with this close, you get out, add on that long, risking up here. Get up here, take on that short, because you're in so much profit, risking down there. Get out there, right? Get out there, and then again you take a long, probably risking down here now because you have this one risking here, and then you hold that. You're holding that right now. You had this trade probably, this trade here. This trade here is pretty nice. So you may take this and lose 1% on that short. So now that's good. At least now we hope it continues, and so that'll be, so you have made 2%, 2%, about almost 10% in all the trades you've removed, and then you now lose 1%, and you're up still about 8% on these other 2 trades, and you're still up on these longs, 1, 2 different longs. You're still up. So you're probably up, like, on all the trades you'd have taken today, you'd have been up like 20% all in all. Maybe when you're done, you probably be finished like 20%. But On my one trade, I'm making 50%. Right? So I'm risking 25%. But you can enjoy trading more. Right? On a rough on a trendy day like this, you probably have less trades, but you hold your trades longer, right? So let's say you took a long here, risking four below. Other than that long here, risking four below. Other than that long here, that's three trades. It popped up nicely. But let's start from the beginning. So 730 here. You took a long here, risking here. Because I think we had a zone. No, we didn't have any. So you took a long here, risking just four below this point, and it pops up to here. You see this rejection. You want to take this long. You take this long here, risking the high. Add the short, risking the high. This kind of happens. You add, risking this high here. Pops down, right? So now with this, with this one that you're risking up here, you're at 115. You're looking for 230, which is all the way down there. But with this one that you're risking here, you're at 90, looking for 180. Still didn't get that. So you're holding this still, and then now you get this short here. Take this short, adding this short, risking up there still. Adding this short, risking up here. 125, looking for 250. You didn't get that, but you got this long on this red candle. Take the long, take the long, take the long. So that's 3%. But this 1% and this one, they've both worked. This two, so you've made 2%. You have 1% running. Probably have that as break even because you're getting on long positions, maybe, or you leave it to go for the stop if you want to go for the stop. Or you could always have it. So you have 3% now. Pops up. You like this pop. You like this pop. There is no other than after this you add here, risking down here. So that's 4%. So on this, this was our first trade, risking four. This was the lowest. We had these two trades about the same point, so about 120, looking for 240. So we didn't quite get them, but we closed one trade there. Other than that trade here, risking down here, and then on this candle you close the second trade from down here, and you're still holding this one. So this one is risking, maybe 60 or 50 actually. So as at that time it would have been here 14. So 50, 60, let's say 60. And so on that one you're already up, like, say you're up to 300, and that's now up like so risking 60, that's up 5%, right? And then you're taking this long. So as 90, you're looking for 180. You haven't gotten this yet. You're holding. Comes back here. You add the long, risking down there. You add this long here, risking down there. That's just 65. You still have this one, and one from here. So you still have 3% risk running. And then this kind of pulls up here, because when you are taking with 1%, you can go long and short at the same time. So this candle, so with this rejection, you see this kind of pulls up. Maybe even take this. Nah, you don't take this one. Maybe add here long, risking down here. And then, I mean, this was up all the way up here, so there's no trade there. It's broke, so no trade. So you take this long, risking down here, and then watching, and then add this long here. Maybe even add a long here, risking down there still. So you got in long here, risking down here. You add a long here, risking maybe down there, and then you add a long here, risking maybe down there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 trades that are still in 4%. And actually, it doesn't make sense, because if it wipes, you can wipe up this whole thing at the same time. So maybe you add here. No, with this candle you won't add here. You add here, risking down there. So that's 1, 2, 3 trades, 3%. Plus you add 2%. And those ones you put their stop up here, because now if it breaks, oh no, you put your stop down here. This is the last week. If it breaks, you don't have to break this point. So from here to here will be your trade, and from here to here will be your loss on this one. On these ones, right? So you have 3%, and then you get this candle. You take a short here. You're still holding your long. Take a short here, but you lose that 1%, and then you continue with your other 3%. You get this trade profit, this trade profit. No, this trade you hold. This one's pretty. No, this one you're risking down here. So this trade profit, this trade profit. So you hold these ones. Now this one from down here, which is the lowest. This one from down here, you're now up at this point. Racing 60, you will make 10% on that trade. On that one trade, 10%. because your stop for that one will be going up. So you make 10% on that one trade, and then probably on the whole day, because you're trading minusculely or minuscule, I don't know. Anyway, because you're trading with small size, really small size, you'll be able to play with the market, play the game. Still with the same zone, still playing the same zone, still playing the same lines, just trading more frequently. That's all. Because 1%, you can now just, you still have stop losses, so you're still fine. Your stop loss can just be closer or further depending on how you want to play it. That's all. Mm. Make 10% on one trade and then make a couple of. So on this day, still you probably only make like maybe 20%, 20%, 25%. But 12:30 will be your last trade, right? So around here, you probably have your last trade. I make like 20%, 25% on this day, and that'll be it, literally. So 25% on this day. Next day, you make another 20%. Losing 1%, 1%. Maybe on the max on a single day you can probably lose like 5. But on a good day you can probably make 20%, 25%, or 20 to 30%. Who knows? Like on a really uptrending day like this day here, there's not going to be much trades though. So on this day here, you take this long, risking down here probably. I'm not risking down here. This is a little bit slow. This long here, because you had this line. You have this line here. Forget the flag. You take this long here, risking down here. Right, 1%. Or we take this long, risking down here, 1%. We hold this. We see this short, we take 1%, risking up there. We lose that. Continue going, holding the 1%. Now we're up more than 2-3%. Even on the 1% we lost, it's still fine. Risking the 1%. And then on this here, watching, I don't like this rejection. You take this, now this one will take that short, risking that 1%. But we also take this long here, risking 1% now. We're still fine here, right? Here's long here, risking that 1% down there because of this candle. And then we hold, we get stopped out on this, so we hold this. So now this one, since we've gotten stopped out on two trades, we can close this one up here, we hold this one. And then we hold that, and it continues to go. But now we know we're on a fully bullish momentum. Have this rejection here, nothing to follow. On this candle, you take a long, risking 1% down there, holding. On this candle, you close probably this trade, close that trade, and then you hold. So now on this trade here, hold 35, you make 350 is not too far. That's probably hold it. I'll probably hold it and keep the stop loss down there, same as this stop out. Probably hold it, looking for that 350. So you get a 350, and then on this one you're risking 32, 30, looking for 300. You didn't get 300, but you're holding this one, and then you see these candles, boom, boom. You don't like these candles, you wait, boom, boom. You don't like these candles either. But this candle, you can take that, risking down there, taking that long here, risking down there. It's 80, looking for 160. Don't quite get it. But on this candle here, you have to close all your trades. On this one, you got a 300 up there and 300 up here. So that's 20% on those two trades, excluding the other trades. And then you get this one, risking 125. Or you can actually just risk this here. Since it's 1%, you're risking 65. 1%. Add another here, risking up there, another 1%. 50. But also, after this candle, you take 1% risking down there. But and then on this, you add your short, risking that 1%. And you get that. On this, you add probably, maybe not. This is not a bad candle to add though. Risking 1%, then you get that, falls all the way. At this time, it's 12.50. So we won't even trade this. So this will be our last trade. So on this trade here, risking 1%, 45. Looking for 450, but with these candles, you have to get out. Yeah, on this candle right there. So with this one, you'd have gotten about you're getting about 4 times your risk or something. Alright, so we see this is rejecting really nastily. We had this nice bullish momentum, but this rejection is pretty bad. Pretty bad. And plus it had this drop, heavy drop. So I think I'll close my short here. My long here. Close my long here. I don't see a reason why we can't take a short. Risking up there, up the highs there. That's what I want to do right now. We're short. $85, so we're looking for 180 again. So we close this trade. This is no longer valid, so we took this short here, this candle, risking just the high off. So we took this short here. Yep, risking just this high. Yep, and it's 85. It's about 85. So we got in, risking just the high, about 85. Looking for 2 hours. We're looking for 180, which is about down here. But 2 hours actually down here. 170. What's the time? 11:50. So this probably be our last trade. Probably hold this. I do like the momentum on that green, on that bullish candle right here, though. This candle right here, I do like the momentum, but I also recognize that this had a lot of dropping, and it's really what's it called, rejecting the zone. So it may stop me out, but I don't know. I'm just gonna hold it and hold it to this point at least to here. Maybe it can come down to this zone. Let's see how it behaves there. I do also know that I formed a good base here. So I don't know. I don't know why this thing is seeming like something that will continue upwards. Oh, we made one mistake. We made one mistake just now. We shouldn't have closed the trade. We should have put it as break even. So on that note, we will have to close this trade right now. Because we shouldn't have closed our long trade just now. We should have put it as break even. Forgot about that. That's a bad mistake. Bad mistake. Bad mistake. You know what? What I'm going to do is I have a 1,000 plus account on the other side, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to um trade it on another PC, and I'm going to do this 1% thing that I just said, so I can have fun. 1% is not bad now, innit? So that's exactly what I'm going to do. What's the time? It's 11 whatever. Come back up so I can go short, you bastard, stupid ass. Come here. Let me shut your life. Come here. Let me open that account. Where's the account? Let me see. Alright, so we got the account. We have 1,200 in the account. I thought it was even 1,600. Um. Next. All right, we're signed in, baby. Oh shit, that's really bad, really bad. Wrong thing. Open up time. I should have had. Shit. Oh well. Just Forex market, I guess, is not a name. Or it's just Forex too. Okay, just Forex. Okay, now I gotta redo all of that. Nope, wrong. Mm mm mm. 1 6. Mm 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 Done. Finito.
Incoming mail.
Yes, sir. Delete all this trash. Delete. Then let's go to US 500 ECN, right? Add this to the charts. Delete this shit. Nope, don't care about that. I just want to import template. DT. Done. Finito. Before we do this, actually, do this. Yo, I think I'm gonna start having fun trading now. This. Alright, alright, alright. M5. Alright. I can just play around on the M5. You get on one. Risking 1%. 1%. No, let me start that account with $1,000. I'm gonna remove some money and make it just $1,000. Using $10 per trade right now. Then yeah, 1%. Turn this to equity. Yup. Because now I could have just taken that trade on this other account, and now I can have my break evens knowing that at least I'm in a trade somewhere else on the opposite direction, isn't it? Bravo, Michael, bravo. Your brains is different, isn't it? All right. You know what? I'm even going to be more risky on these trades. I'm going to be so like here. I'll not go long, but here I'll just risk literally the low instead of risking. I'll just risk the low. Come and beat me. And then when this happen, I'll risk the low. And then I'll risk the low. No, actually, calm down. When this happen, you can risk the low. When this, you gotta risk lower. And then boom, 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 ta 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 ta, done. And then you probably close these two trades up here. You leave this one on, and then this one will come and break even. Unfortunately, or actually, may stop out here because you take this risking down here probably, and then put this stop loss down there, and stops out. And then you watch because there's no way for you to know this was going to happen. And then take this again, risking down. This time around, you risk the actual low. So here. But while we're doing all of this else, this is the thing. Sometimes I get so focused on. I need to know when to take my actual trades. Like holy, calm down. Let's think about this. Is this right? Because I need to know that okay. I need to know when to take my actual trades. I need to So like I don't want to be playing around here and not take my own trade. Like this point here, we're waiting for the second. I actually changed that from 1% to 2.5%. Why 2.5%? Because at 2%, it'll go from 150 trades to 75 trades. At 2.5%, probably be at 50 trades to 10x your account. So, and 50 trades can be done in with the trading stack, could probably be done in like a month or less, a month or a little bit more. That's in a row though, but it may take it'll take more because it's not in a row. So we'll wait for price to come down to this line here, and then we may take a trade, risking down below here. Actually, instead of 2.5%, let's just leave it at 2%. What do you think? See now, if we are taking this trade here, would have been in deep profile right now. 40, looking for 80, 80 just down here. But that's if we're only looking for 80. I always have one trade in the current direction playing, right? It's really holding. I don't know if I should take it on this main account here. Take it here because it's holding this zone. It's popped up. Yeah, there's rejection, but this volume is nice. So take it here, risking down there. As a obvious. I see this doji. I see it. I do see it. But like, I don't think I want to risk that doji. You know. So the obvious low is down there. I don't know if I should take. If it closes really good, damn. Maybe take worthy though. Price has been uptrending. Because it doesn't have volume to it. There's this base here. It doesn't have volume to the downside, so I'm thinking I could take the trade risking down here. But Oh well. We'll just take it on the 2.5% account. And we got 2%. So the idea was I'll take this trade, risking. I mean, if again, I shouldn't have taken. Oh yeah, yeah. I was supposed to be break even because I'm in here. I was supposed to be break even, so I would not even need to take a trade. So no trades. So I'm supposed to have this to remind me that I'm supposed to be break. It was down here. I was in down here, and I was risking down here. It was about 85, right? It was whatever. It was down here. I was supposed to be risking. This is getting 2 hour up here. 2 hours supposed to be here. So 85. Yeah, it's about 85. 2 hours supposed to be here. And I was in about down here. Yep. Supposed to be in this trade. But now I'm in on the risking 2% of my account instead of 1%. So now instead of maximum you can win is about 40 to 50% on the day with 2% of your account risk. Hmm. 12:07. Got 23 minutes left on our trading. And then we gotta do some push-ups, sit-ups, squats, maybe bear crawl. Think about it. We're in currently right now. I mean, so no, you guys don't care about that, but we're in a trade that looks like this. Tiny trade that looks like this, risking 2% of our account. We're turning from 2.5 to 2%. It's about, we're in about here, we're risking about here. About here. TP is technically about here, but it's the only trade we're in, so we'll just hold it. Up until we see another opportunity to the opposing direction, then or maybe if we get like a we'll just hold it. See how the price action is. It was that day. I want to remember what happened on that day. It was one of the days it went down. It's probably the day before this. Yep, it was this day. Oh yeah, there was a zone right below. Today was hard to trade though. Sheesh. It's quite hard to trade. It was quite hard to trade. Quite hard to trade. I mean, I've gotten this nicely. Well, I guess you've still gotten this. Yeah, I mean, 7:30 waiting. Yeah, going this. Yeah, going this. Yeah, I've gotten this. Yeah, so you've gotten some here and some here. And then you'd lose like 2 here. Maybe even lose 2 here. But definitely gotten at least 1. Lose 2 here, maybe. And then you get this. Probably get 1 here. Hold this. Or hold this. Get this. Get this. It's not too bad. It's not the best though, for sure. I was waiting for this kind to close so I can risk down here, but let's see. I thought I was gonna close a little black with rejection. I wanted to risk the parallel. 30 seconds left. That's what the candle looks like. I may just risk that entry there. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. Alright. Took that trade. Risking down there. So something like this. Something up there. Risking the trade. Oh shit, I was supposed to risk. That's not good. Supposed to risk 2 below. So 2, 4. So 2, 4. I'm supposed to risk 0, 4. Ugh, disgusting. You'll have to wait for a pullback, honestly. I was also risk two below. I just made up that distance. I was also risk the 0.9, risking whatever, two below, but oh, 2 minutes left. I don't think I'll get this trade anymore. That's annoying. I made a mistake and that's bad. Mm, nice crack. What's the time? 12:23. Let me put a penny in order. Because we may get a feel. Let me read this here. What's this one? That's good volume, eh? Pretty good volume to the downside. 1 minute is a lot, man. 1 minute is a lot. Saturated, man. It's like so many opportunities. You just keep trading. It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot, man. So we're still in this trade. We're still in this trade here, risking down there. That's this candle, right? And we're still in this trade up here on this candle. It's gonna risk to reach two below. Our risk is around there. It's around here. And yeah. Is there lots of rejection, but not with volume? So it could grind down, and that's fine. But who cares? And this one here broke the prior high here, so that's not good if you're on a short. Plus the candle right before it was pretty chill long, so just rejected.
She made a big batch of potato.
Let me see what we're trying to play now. Still roommate.
Potato pancakes once and left them out for 3 months. We were in a stalemate over who would clean the kitchen first. Bastards turned purple and started growing tendrils toward the electrical outlets to take over the world. I caved. You missed out on free potatoes, man. When my wife was a freshman in college, she shared a suite with a girl who had some difficulties adjusting to life on her own. The day after moving in, the girl raised her bed up to the highest level, intended to allow more space for dressers/storage, and made a fort of some sorts. She lived under her bed for 2 whole semesters, only leaving for class, food, bathroom, etc. She would also routinely wash her clothing in the dorm washing machines, but take the load of wet clothes back up to her room. To dry them, she hung them around the walls with clothespins and turned the heat up on high. Our college was in Florida, and as a result, the heat/moisture turned the room into a swamp. I have no idea how people like that make it to adulthood. Come on, the fort thing sounds awesome. Except the never leaving your part is obviously weird, but I would want a bed fort to sleep in. My old roommate would Febreze himself instead of showering. He wouldn't clean his room, so the floor was covered in tissues, and he did laundry once in the 6 his room, so the floor. My old roommate would Febreze himself instead of showering.
Nice.
He wouldn't clean his
What is
room, so the
Febreze?
floor was covered in tissues, and he did laundry once in the 6 months he lived with me. He would be about not getting the parking pass, and when I would give it to him, he would go out of town for 4 or 5 days.
Also, let me say that what's it called? This new account that I'm gonna be trading these small pieces in. I'm not gonna be streaming it because it's on my laptop. My laptop is not even connected. My laptop is not my PC. My PC has my streaming platform. I don't even know how I'm gonna stream it if I wanted to stream it. So I won't be streaming that. However, it is for me to hold my trades longer. So even if I lose 4% on a 1K account, that's $40. I'm good. But at least I would have had the 4% holding the trade and still holding this my long. Now this I would have closed for, instead of closing it for $200 in profit, I would have closed it for, it was supposed to be I was at 580, right? So I was at 580 times 1.5. I was supposed to be at 870, so I missed the whole $70 on that trade, and because I went out of that trade, I went in short, and that short would have cost me right now, right? So good thing I remember to get the hell out of that trade. But now I'm gonna start doing this holding of this. So now I'm in this trade and this trade. So I know what I'm saying. You guys will see the results if you understand it later. And I'll so what's the
And
rest
the
of it?
icing on the cake was when he moved out, he called
Oh,
the
what's the
power
time?
company to say he was leaving.
Oh, it's 12:45. We are done trading. We are done trading. All right, let's see. Let's see. What do you want to do with this? We're up $40. I say we make it break even, at least on one, and we just hold them. Whatever happens to them, happens to them, right? Who cares? There's a lot of rejection up there, so it may pop up and then start pulling back down. And then maybe let me put a TP for this one. So to 50, 60 here. Yeet. I guess I think put yeah. It won't let me pull surplus. What? That was the case. Okay. 100. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then All right, that's about it. So one, none of them are break even yet, but this one I've moved the stop to here. This one, so I basically moved. They're both like this now, right? So I basically moved the stops, and then it would be nice to move this to break even, but I don't know. I don't think it should go to break even yet. If anything, we'll just lose about 3% on this account, so $30. Oh my God, we lost $30. You know, but yeah, this zone is really holding on top of the red line. It's disgusting. I wasn't even paying attention. There was a short opportunity there though. Short, risking 2 points. A short here, risking here actually. Not no, just risk there. 2 points probably there anyways. Yeah, it's about there. So yeah, I definitely missed that shot. Yeesh. No, we're gonna stop streaming. We're gonna manage this trade, and we're gonna go work out. Wow.